CHAPTER XV. Of Historical Tales, Volume I, American. Historical Tales, Volume I, American. By Charles Morris. CHAPTER XV. A Quakeress Patriot. In Philadelphia, on Second street below Spruce, formerly stood an antiquated mansion known by the name of Locksley's House, it having been originally the residence of Lieutenant Locksley, who served in the artillery under Braddock, and took part in his celebrated defeat. During the Revolution this house was the scene of an interesting historical incident which is well worth relating. At that time it was occupied by a Quaker named Dara, or perhaps we should say by his wife Lydia, who seems to have been the ruling spirit of the house. During the British occupation of Philadelphia, when patriots and royalists alike had to open their mansions to their none too welcome guests, the Dara mansion was used as the quarters of the British Adjutant General. In that day it was somewhat "out of town," and was frequently the scene of the private conferences of the higher officers, as being somewhat secluded. On one chill and snowy day, the 2nd of December, 1777, the Adjutant General appeared at the house and bade Mrs. Dara to prepare the upper back room for a meeting of his friends which would take place that night. "They may stay late," he said, and added emphatically, "Be sure, Lydia, that your family are all in bed at an early hour. When our guests are ready to leave the house, I will give you notice, that you may let us out, and extinguish the fire and candles." Mrs. Dara obeyed, yet she was so struck by the mystery with which he seemed inclined to surround the projected meeting, that she made up her mind to learn, if possible, what very secret business was afoot. She obeyed his orders literally, saw that her people were early in bed, and after receiving the officers, retired herself to her room, but not to sleep. This conference might presage some peril to the American cause. If so, she wished to know it. When she deemed the proper time had come, she removed her shoes, and in stocking feet stole softly along the passage to the door of the apartment where the officers were in consultation. Here the keyhole served the purpose to which that useful opening has so often been put, and enabled her to hear tidings of vital interest. For some time only a murmur of voices reached her ears. Then silence fell, followed by one of the officers reading in a clear tone. She listened intently, for the document was of absorbing interest. It was an order from Sir William Howe, arranging for a secret attack on Washington's camp at White Marsh. The troops were to leave the city on the night of the 4th under cover of the darkness, and surprise the rebels before daybreak. The fair eavesdropper had heard enough. Rarely had keyhole listener been so well rewarded. She glided back to her room, and threw herself on her bed. She was none too soon. In a few minutes afterwards steps were heard in the passage, and then came a rap upon her door. The fair conspirator was not to be taken unawares. She feigned not to hear. The rap was repeated a second and a third time. Then the shrewd woman affected to awake, answered in a sleepy tone, and learning that the Adjutant General and his friends were ready to leave, arose and saw them out. Lydia Dara slept no more that night. The secret she had learned banished slumber. What was to be done? The thought filled her mind the night long. Washington must be warned, but how? Should she trust her husband, or some other member of her family? No, they were all leaky vessels; she would trust herself alone. Before morning she had devised a plan of action, and for the first time since learning that eventful news, the anxious woman gave her mind a moment's rest. At early dawn she was astir; flour was needed for the household. She woke her husband and told him of this, saying that she must make an early journey to Frankfort to supply the needed stores. This was a matter of ordinary occurrence in those days, the people of Philadelphia being largely dependent upon the Frankfort mills for their flour, and being obliged to go for it themselves. The idea of house to house delivery had not yet been born. Mr. Dara advised that she should take the maid with her, but she declined. The maid could not be spared from her household duties, she said. It was a cold December morning. The snow of the day before had left several inches of its white covering upon the ground. It was no very pleasant journey which lay before Mrs. Dara. Frankfort was some 5 miles away, and she was obliged to traverse this distance afoot, and return over the same route with her load of flour. Certainly comfort was not the ruling consideration in those days of our forefathers. A 10-mile walk through the snow for a bag of flour would be an unmentionable hardship to a 19th century housewife. On foot and bag in hand, Mrs. Darrah started on her journey through the almost untrodden snow, stopping at General Howe's headquarters on Market street near Sixth, to obtain the requisite passport to leave the city. It was still early in the day when the devoted woman reached the mills. The British outposts did not extend to this point; those of the Americans were not far beyond. Leaving her bag at the mill to be filled, Mrs. Darrah, full of her vital mission, pushed on through the wintry air, ready to incur any danger or discomfort, if thereby she could convey to the patriot army the important information which she had so opportunely learned. Fortunately she had not far to go. At a short distance out she met the Lieutenant Colonel Craig, who had been sent out by Washington on a scouting expedition in search of information. She told him her story, begged him to hasten to Washington with the momentous tidings, and not to reveal her name, and hurried back to the mill. Here she shouldered the bag of flour and trudged her 5 miles home, reaching there in as reasonably short a time as could have been expected. Night came, the next day passed. They were a night and day of anxious suspense for Lydia Darrah. From her window, when night had again fallen, she watched anxiously for the movements of the British troops. Ah, there at length they go, long lines of them, marching steadily through the darkness, but as noiselessly as possible. It was not advisable to alarm the city; patriot scouts might be abroad. When morning dawned the restless woman was on the watch again. The roll of a drum came to her ears from a distance. Soon afterwards troops appeared, weary and discontented warriors, marching back. They had had their night's journey in vain. Instead of finding the Americans off their guard and an easy prey, they had found them wide awake and ready to give them the hottest kind of a reception. After maneuvering about their lines for a vulnerable point, and finding none, the doughty British warriors turned on their track and marched disconsolately homeward, having had their labor for their pains. The army authorities were all at sea. How had this information got afoot? Had it come from the Darrah house? Possibly, for there the conference had been held. The Adjutant General hastened to his quarters, summoned the fair Quakeress to his room, and after locking the door against intrusion, turned to her with a stern and doubting face. "Were any of your family up, Lydia," he asked, "on the night when I had visitors here?" "No," she replied, "they all retired at 8 o'clock." This was quite true, so far as retiring went. Nothing was said about a subsequent rising. "It is very strange," she remarked, musingly. "You, I know, were asleep, for I knocked at your door 3 times before you heard me; yet it is certain that we are betrayed. I am altogether at a loss to conceive who could have given Washington information of our intended attack; but on arriving near his camp we found him ready, with troops under arms and cannon planted, prepared at all points to receive us. We have been compelled to turn on our heels and march back home again like a parcel of fools." As may well be surmised, the patriotic Lydia kept her own counsel, and not until the British had left Philadelphia was the important secret of that signal failure made known. Chapter 16. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 16. The Siege of Fort Schuyler. All was terror in the valley of the Mohawk, for its fertile fields and happy homes were threatened with the horrors of Indian warfare. All New York State, indeed, was in danger. The hopes of American liberty were in danger. The deadliest peril threatened the patriotic cause; for General Burgoyne, with an army of more than 7,000 men, was encamped at St. John's, at the foot of Lake Champlain, prepared to sweep down that lake and Lake George, march to the valley of the upper Hudson, driving the feeble colonial forces from his path, and by joining with a force sent up the Hudson from New York City, cut off New England from the remaining colonies, and hold this hot bed of rebellion at his mercy. It was a well devised and threatening scheme. How disastrously for the royalists it ended all readers of history know. With this great enterprise, however, we are not here concerned, but with a side issue of Burgoyne's march, whose romantic incidents fit it for our pages. On the Mohawk River, at the head of boat navigation, stood a fort, built in 1758, and named Fort Stanwix; repaired in 1776, and named Fort Schuyler. The possession of this fort was important to General Burgoyne's plan. Its defense was of vital moment to the inhabitants of the Mohawk valley. Interest, for the time being, centered round this outpost of the then almost unbroken wilderness. On one side Lieutenant Colonel St. Leger was dispatched, at the head of 700 rangers, to sail up the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario to Oswego, and from that point to march southward, rousing and gathering the Indians as he went, capture Fort Schuyler, sweep the valley of the Mohawk with the aid of his savage allies, and join Burgoyne at Albany when his triumphant march should have reached that point. On the other side no small degree of haste and consternation prevailed. Colonel Gansevoort had been placed in command at the fort with a garrison of 750 men, but he found it in a state of perilous dilapidation. Originally a strong square fortification, with bomb proof bastions, glacis, covered way, and ditch outside the ramparts, it had been allowed to fall into decay, and strenuous efforts were needed to bring it into condition for defense. Meanwhile news of the coming danger had spread widely through the Mohawk valley, and everywhere the most lively alarm prevailed. An Oneida Indian brought the news to the fort, and from there it made its way rapidly through the valley. Consternation was widespread. It was too late to look for aid to a distance. The people were in too great a panic to trust to themselves. That the rotten timbers of the old fort could resist assault seemed very doubtful. If they went down, and Brant with his Indians swept the valley, for what horrors might they not look! It is not surprising that, for the time, fear drove valor from almost every heart in the imperiled region. Up Lake Oneida came the enemy, now 1,700 strong, St. Leger with his rangers having been joined by Johnson, Butler, and Brant with their Tories and Indians. Every tribe of the Iroquois had joined the invaders, with the exception of the Oneidas, who remained faithful to the colonists. On the 2d of August, 1777, Brent with his savage followers reached and invested the fort, the plumed and moccasined foe suddenly breaking from the forest, and with their wild war whoops seeking to intimidate the beleaguered garrison. On the next day came St. Leger with his whole force. On the 4th the siege commenced. Bombs were planted and threw their shells into the fort; the Indians, concealed behind bushes and trees, picked off with their arrows the men who were diligently employed in strengthening the parapets; and during the evening the savages, spreading through the woods, sought by frightful yells to drive all courage from the hearts of the defenders. Meanwhile aid was approaching. The valor of the patriots, which fled at the first threat of danger, had returned. The enemy was now almost at their doors; their helpless families might soon be at the mercy of the ruthless savages, when General Herkimer, a valiant veteran, called for recruits; armed men flocked in numbers to his standard. He was quickly at the head of more than 800 men. He sent a messenger to the fort, telling Gansevoort of his approach, and bidding him to discharge 3 signal guns to show that the tidings had reached him. His small army was called to a halt within hearing of the guns of the fort, as he deemed it the part of prudence to await the signal before advancing on the foe. Unfortunately for the brave Herkimer, his men, lately over timid, were now over bold. His officers demanded to be led at once to the fort. 2 of them, Cox and Paris by name, were impertinent in their demands, charging the veteran with cowardice. "I am placed over you as a father and guardian," answered Herkimer, calmly, "and shall not lead you into difficulties from which I may not be able to extricate you." But their importunities and taunts continued, and at length the brave old man, angered by their insults, gave the word, "March on!" He continued, "You, who want to fight so badly now, will be the first to run when you smell burnt powder." On they marched in tumultuous haste, and with the lack of discipline of untrained militia. It was now August 6th, 2 days after the beginning of the siege. Indian scouts lurked everywhere in the forest, and the movements of the patriot army were closely watched. St. Leger was informed of their near approach, and at once took steps to intercept their advance. Heedless of this, and of the cautious words of their commander, the vanguard pressed hastily on, winding along the road, and at length entering a deep curving ravine, over whose marshy bottom the roadway was carried by a causeway of earth and logs. The borders of the ravine were heavily timbered, while a thick growth of underwood masked its sloping sides. Utterly without precaution, the militia pushed forward into this doubtful passage, until the whole body, with the exception of the rear guard, had entered it. Behind them came the baggage wagons. All was silent, unnaturally silent, for not even the chirp of a squirrel, nor the rustle of a prowling ground animal broke the stillness. The fort was not far distant. The hurrying provincials hoped soon to join their beleaguered friends. Suddenly, from the wooded hill to the west, around which the ravine curved in a semicircle, rose a frightful sound, the Indian war whoop from hundreds of savage throats. Hardly had it fallen on the startled ears of the patriots, when the sharp crack of musketry followed, and leaden missiles were hurled into the crowded ranks. Arrows accompanied them, and spears and tomahawks came hurtling through the air, hurled with deadly aim. The patriot army had fallen into a dangerous ambuscade. Herkimer's prediction was fulfilled. The rear guard, on hearing the warlike sounds in front, turned in panic flight, leaving their comrades to their fate. No one can regret to hear that they were pursued by the Indians, and suffered more than if they had stood their ground. As for the remainder of the force, flight was impossible. They had entered a trap. It was fight or fall. Bullets, arrows, war axes, hurtled through their ranks. Frightful yells still filled the air. Many fell where they stood. Herkimer was severely wounded, his horse being killed, and his own leg shattered. But with a composure and cool courage that have rarely been emulated, he ordered the saddle to be taken from his horse and placed against a large beech tree near by. Here seated, with his men falling and the bullets of the enemy whistling perilously near, he steadily gave his orders, while many of those who had called him coward were in full flight. During the heat of the action he took his tinder box from his pocket, calmly lighted his pipe, and sat smoking as composedly as though by his own fireside. A striking spectacle, that old man, sitting in the midst of hottest battle, with the life blood oozing from his shattered leg, smoking and giving his orders with the quiet composure of one on dress parade. It is one of the most imposing pictures in the portrait gallery of American history. The battle went on. If it was to be fight or fall, the brave frontiersmen decided it should be fight. Great confusion reigned at first, but courage soon returned, and though men fell in numbers, the survivors stood their ground like veterans. For nearly an hour the fierce affray continued. The enemy surrounded the provincials on all sides, and were pressing step by step closer. The whole force might have been slain or captured, but for a wise suggestion of one of their number, and an admirable change in their line of battle. Each small group was formed into a circle, and thus they met the enemy at all points. This greatly increased their defensive powers. So destructive now became their fire that the British soldiers rushed upon them in a rage, seeking to break their line by a bayonet charge. They were boldly met, and a hand-to-hand death struggle began. At this moment a heavy thunder peal broke from the darkening skies. Down poured the rain in drenching showers. Lightning filled the air. Crash after crash of thunder rolled through the sky. Checked in their bloodthirst by the fury of the elements, the combatants hastily separated and ran for the shelter of the trees, vanquished by water where fire had failed to overcome their rage. The affair so far had been not unlike that of Braddock's defeat some 20 years before. But these were American militia, not British regulars, frontiersmen who knew too much of Indian fighting to stand in their ranks and be shot down. They had long since taken to the trees and fought the savages in their own way. To this, perhaps, may be ascribed the difference in result from that of the Braddock fight. After the rain, the patriots gained better ground, and adopted new and useful tactics. Before, when the Indians noticed a shot from behind a tree, they would rush forward and tomahawk the unlucky provincial before he could reload. But now 2 men were placed behind each tree, so that when the whooping savage sprang forward with his tomahawk, a second bullet was ready to welcome him. The fire from the American side now grew so destructive that the Indians began to give way. A body of Johnson's Greens came up to their support. These were mostly loyalist refugees from the Mohawk valley, to whom the patriot militia bore the bitterest enmity. Recognizing them, the maddened provincials leaped upon them with tiger like rage, and a hand to hand contest began, in which knives and bayonets took the place of bullets, and the contest grew brutally ferocious. At this moment a firing was heard in the direction of the fort. New hope sprung into the hearts of the patriots. Was aid coming to them from the garrison? It seemed so, indeed, for soon a body of men in Continental uniform came marching briskly towards them. It was a ruse on the part of the enemy which might have proved fatal. These men were Johnson's Greens, disguised as Continentals. A chance revealed their character. One of the patriots, seeing an acquaintance among them, ran up to shake hands with him. He was seized and dragged into their ranks. Captain Gardenier, perceiving this, sprang forward, spear in hand, and released his man, but found himself in a moment engaged in a fierce combat, in which he killed two of his antagonists and wounded another, but was himself seriously hurt. "For God's sake, captain," cried some of the militia, "you are killing our own men!" "They are not our own men, they are Tories!" yelled back the captain. "Fire away!" Fire they did, and with such deadly effect that numbers of the disguised Tories fell, and nearly as many Indians. In an instant the battle was violently raging again, with roar of rifles, clash of steel, yells of combatants, and the wild war whoops of the savages. But the Indians by this time had enough of it. The stubborn defense of the Provincials had sadly thinned their ranks, and seeing the Tories falling back, they raised their cry of retreat, Una, una, and at once broke and fled. The Tories and regulars, dismayed by their flight, quickly followed, the bullets of the Provincials adding wings to their speed. Thus ended one of the hottest and most deadly (for the numbers engaged) of the battles of the Revolution. Of the Provincials, less than half of them ever saw their homes again. The loss of the enemy was probably still heavier. General Herkimer died 10 days after the battle. The militia, despite the well laid ambuscade into which they had marched, were the victors, but they had been so severely handled that they were unable to accomplish their design, the relief of the fort. As for the garrison, they had not been idle during the battle. The sound of the combat had been borne to their ears, and immediately after the cessation of the rain, Colonel Willett made a sally from the fort at the head of 250 men. The camp of the enemy had been depleted for the battle, and the sortie proved highly successful. The remnants of Johnson's regiment were soon driven from their camp. The Indian encampment beyond was demolished, its savage guards flying in terror from the Devil, by which expressive name they called Colonel Willett. Wagons were hurried from the fort, camp equipage, British flags, papers, and the effects of the officers loaded into them, and 21 loads of this useful spoil triumphantly carried off. As the victorious force was returning, Colonel St. Leger appeared, with a strong body of men, across the river, just in time to be saluted by a shower of bullets, the Provincials then retiring, without the loss of a man. The setting sun that day cast its last rays on 5 British standards, displayed from the walls of the fort, with the stars and stripes floating proudly above them. The day had ended triumphantly for the Provincials, though it proved unsuccessful in its main object, for the fort was still invested, and the rescuing force were in no condition to come to its aid. This investment, indeed, was so close that the garrison knew nothing of the result of the battle. St. Leger took advantage of this, and sent a white flag to the fort with false information, declaring that the relief party had been annihilated, that Burgoyne had reached and captured Albany, and that unless the fort was surrendered he could not much longer restrain the Indians from devastating the valley settlements with fire and tomahawk. This story Gansevoort did not half believe, and answered the messenger with words of severe reprobation for his threat of an Indian foray. "After you get out of this fort," he concluded, "you may turn around and look at its outside, but never expect to come in again unless as a prisoner. Before I would consent to deliver this garrison to such a murdering set as your army by your own account consists of, I would suffer my body to be filled with splinters and set on fire, as you know has at times been practiced by such hordes of women and children killers as belong to your army." After such a message there was no longer question of surrender, and the siege was strongly pushed. The enemy, finding that their guns had little effect on the sod work of the fort, began a series of approaches by sapping and mining. Colonel Gansevoort, on his part, took an important step. Fearing that his stock of food and ammunition might give out, he determined to send a message to General Schuyler, asking for succor. Colonel Willett volunteered for this service, Lieutenant Stockwell joining him. The night chosen was a dark and stormy one. Shower followed shower. The sentinels of the enemy were not likely to be on the alert. Leaving the fort at the sally port at 10 o'clock, the two messengers crept on hands and knees along a morass, till they reached the river. This they crossed on a log, and entered a dense wood which lay beyond. No sentinel had seen them. But they lost their way in the darkness, and straggled on blindly, until the barking of a dog told them that they were near an Indian camp. Progress was now dangerous. Advance or retreat alike might throw them into the hands of the savage foe. For several hours they stood still, in a most annoying and perilous situation. The night passed. Dawn was at hand. Fortunately now the clouds broke, the morning star shone in the east, and with this as a guide they resumed their journey. Their expedition was still a dangerous one. The enemy might strike their trail in the morning light. To break this they now and then walked in the bed of a stream. They had set out on the night of the 10th. All day of the 11th they pushed on, with a small store of crackers and cheese as their only food. Another night and day passed. On the afternoon of the 12th, nearly worn out with hardship, they reached the settlement of the German Flats. Here horses were procured, and they rode at full speed to General Schuyler's headquarters at Stillwater. Schuyler had already heard of Herkimer's failure, and was laying plans for the relief of the fort. His purpose was opposed by many of his officers, who were filled with the fear of the coming of Burgoyne. Schuyler was pacing the floor in anxious thought when he heard the low remark, "He means to weaken the army." Schuyler turned towards the speaker, so angry that he bit into pieces a pipe he was smoking, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, I shall take the responsibility. Where is the brigadier that will take command of the relief? I shall beat up for volunteers to morrow." General Arnold, one of the boldest and most impulsive men in the army, immediately asked for the command. The next morning the drums beat, and before noon 800 volunteers were enrolled. Arnold at once advanced, but feeling that his force was too weak, stopped at Fort Dayton till re enforcements could reach him. And now occurred one of the most striking events in the history of the war, that of the defeat of an invading army by stratagem, without sight of soldier or musket. It is to be told from two points of view, that of the garrison and that of the army of relief. As regards the garrison, its situation was becoming critical. St Leger's parallels were approaching the fort. The store of provisions was running low. Many of the garrison began to hint at surrender, fearing massacre by the Indians should the fort be taken by assault. Gansevoort, despairing of further successful resistance, had decided upon a desperate attempt to cut through the enemy lines. Suddenly, on the 22d, there came a sudden lull in the siege. The guns ceased their fire. Quick and confused movements could be seen. There were signs of flight. Away went the besiegers, Indians and whites alike, in panic disarray, and with such haste that their tents, artillery, and camp equipage were left behind. The astonished garrison sallied forth to find not a foeman in the field, yet not a sign to show what mysterious influence had caused this headlong flight. It was not from the face of an enemy, for no enemy was visible, and the mystery was too deep for the garrison to fathom. To learn the cause of this strange event we must return to Arnold and his stratagem. He had, on learning the peril of the fort, been about to advance despite the smallness of his force, when an opportunity occurred to send terror in advance of his march. There were in his hands several Tory prisoners, among them an ignorant, coarse, half idiotic fellow named Hon Yost Schuyler, who had been condemned to death for treason. His mother pleaded for his life, casting herself on her knees before Arnold, and imploring for her son with tears and entreaties. She found him at first inexorable, but he changed his tone and appeared to soften, as a fortunate idea came to his mind. Her son's life should be spared, but upon conditions. These were, that he should go to Fort Schuyler, and by stories of the immense force upon the march, endeavor to alarm St Leger. Hon Yost readily consented, leaving his brother as a hostage in Arnold's hands. The seemingly foolish fellow was far from being an idiot. Before leaving the camp he had several bullet holes shot through his coat. He arranged also with a friendly Oneida Indian to follow and confirm his tale. Thus prepared, he set out for St Leger's camp. Reaching it, he ran breathlessly among the Indians, seemingly in a state of terror. Many of the savages knew him, and he was eagerly questioned as to what had happened. The Americans were coming, he replied, numbers of them, hosts of them. He had barely escaped with his life; he had been riddled with bullets. He pointed to his coat in evidence. How many were there? he was asked. Hon Yost in reply shook his head mysteriously, and pointed to the leaves on the trees. His seeming alarm communicated itself to the Indians. They had been severely dealt with at Oriskany. The present siege dragged on. They were dissatisfied. While the chiefs debated and talked of flight, the Oneida appeared with several others of his tribe, whom he had picked up on the way. These told the same story. A bird had brought them the news. The valley was swarming with soldiers. The army of Burgoyne had been cut to pieces, said one. Arnold had 3,000 men, said another. Others pointed to the leaves, as Hon Yost had done, and meaningly shook their heads. The panic spread among the Indians. St Leger stormed at them. Johnson pleaded with them, but all in vain. Drink was offered them, but they refused it. The powwow said we must go, was their answer to every remonstrance, and go they did. You said there would be no fighting for us Indians, said a chief. We might go down and smoke our pipes. But many of our warriors have been killed, and you mean to sacrifice us all. Oaths and persuasions proved alike useless. The council broke up, and the Indians took to their flight. Their panic communicated itself to the whites. Dropping everything but their muskets, they fled in terror for their boats on Oneida Lake, with such haste that many of them threw away arms and knapsacks in their mad flight. The Indians who had started the panic grew merry on seeing the wild terror of their late allies. They ran behind them, shouting, "They are coming! They are coming!" and thus added wings to their flight. They robbed, stripped, and even killed many of them, plundered them of their boats, and provided a more formidable foe than the enemy from whom they fled. Half starved and empty handed, the whites hurried to Oswego and took boat on the lake for Montreal, while their Indian allies, who had proved of more harm than good, went merrily home to their villages, looking upon the flight as a stupendous joke. When Arnold, hearing of what had happened, hurried to the fort, the enemy had utterly vanished, except a few whom Gansefort's men had brought in as prisoners. Hon Yost soon came back, having taken the first opportunity to slip away from the flying horde. He had amply won his pardon. Thus ended the siege of Fort Schuyler, in its way, considered the numbers engaged, the most desperate and bloody struggle of the Revolution, and of the greatest utility as an aid to the subsequent defeat of Burgoyne. As regards its singular termination, it is without parallel in the history of American wars. Hon Yost has proved himself the most surprising idiot on record. Chapter 17 of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 17 On the Track of a Traitor. While Major André was dying the death of a spy, General Arnold, his tempter and betrayer, was living the life of a cherished traitor in the midst of the British army at New York. This was a state of affairs far from satisfactory to the American authorities. The tool had suffered, the schemer had escaped. Could Arnold be captured and made to pay the penalty of his treason, it would be a sharp lesson of retribution to any who might feel disposed to follow his base example. Washington had sent his secret correspondents in New York, and from them had learned that Arnold was living in quarters adjoining those of Sir Henry Clinton, at but a short distance from the river, and apparently with no thought of or precaution against danger. It might be possible to seize him and carry him away bodily from the midst of his new friends. Sending for Major Henry Lee, a brave and shrewd cavalry leader, Washington broached to him this important matter, and submitted a plan of action which seemed to him to promise success. "It is a delicate and dangerous project," he said. "Much depends on our finding an agent fit for such hazardous work. You may have the man in your corps. Whoever volunteers for this duty will lay me under the greatest personal obligation, and may expect an ample reward. But no time is to be lost. He must proceed, if possible, to-night." "Not only courage and daring, but very peculiar talent, are needed for such an enterprise," said Lee. "I have plenty of brave men, but can think of only one whom I can recommend for such a duty as this. His name is John Champe, his rank sergeant major, but there is one serious obstacle in the way. He must appear to desert, and I fear that Champ has too high a sense of military honor for that." "Try him," said Washington. "The service he will do to his country far outweighs anything he can do in the ranks. Rumor says that other officers of high rank are ready to follow Arnold's example. If we can punish this traitor, he will have no imitators." "I can try," answered Lee. "I may succeed. Champ is not without ambition, and the object to be attained is a great one. I may safely promise him the promotion which he ardently desires." "That will be but part of his reward," said Washington. Lee sent for Champ. There entered in response a young man, large and muscular of build, saturnine of countenance, a grave, thoughtful, silent person, safe to trust with a secret, for his words were few, his sense of honor high. In all the army there was not his superior in courage and persistence in anything he should undertake. It was no agreeable surprise to the worthy fellow to learn what he was desired to do. The plan was an admirable one, he admitted; it promised the best results. He did not care for the peril, and was ready to venture on anything that would not involve his honor. But to desert from his corps, to win the scorn and detestation of his fellows, to seem to play the traitor to his country, these were serious obstacles. He begged to be excused. Lee combated his objections. Success promised honor to himself and to his corps, the gratitude of his country, the greatest service to his beloved commander in chief. Desertion for such a purpose carried with it no dishonor, and any stain upon his character would vanish when the truth became known. The conference was a long one. In the end Lee's arguments proved efficacious. Champ yielded, and promised to undertake the mission. The necessary instructions had already been prepared by Washington himself. The chosen agent was to deliver letters to two persons in New York who were in Washington's confidence, and who would lend him their assistance. He was to use his own judgment in procuring aid for the capture of Arnold, and to lay such plans as circumstances should suggest, and he was strictly enjoined not to kill the traitor under any circumstances. All this settled, the question of the difficulties in the way arose. Between the American camp and the British outpost were many pickets and patrols. Parties of marauding patriots, like those that had seized Andre, might be in the way. Against these Lee could offer no aid. The desertion must seem a real one. All he could do would be to delay pursuit. For the rest, Champ must trust to his own skill and daring. 11 o'clock was the hour fixed. At that hour the worthy sergeant, taking his cloak, valise, and orderly book, and with 3 guineas in his pocket, which Lee had given him, secretly mounted his horse and slipped quietly from the camp. Lee immediately went to bed, and seemingly to sleep, though he had never been more wide awake. A half hour passed, then a heavy tread was heard outside the major's quarters, and a loud knock came upon his door. It was some time before he could be aroused. "Who's there?" he asked, in sleepy tones. "It is I, Captain Carnes," was the reply. "I am here for orders. One of our patrols has just fallen in with a dragoon, who put spurs to his horse on being challenged, and fled at full speed. He is a deserter, and must be pursued." Lee still seemed half asleep. He questioned the officer in a drowsy way, affecting not to understand him. When at length the captain's purpose was made clear to his seemingly drowsy wits, Lee ridiculed the idea that one of his men had deserted. Such a thing had happened but once during the whole war. He could not believe it possible. "It has happened now," persisted Captain Carnes. "The fellow is a deserter, and must be pursued." Lee still affected incredulity, and was with difficulty brought to order that the whole squadron should be mustered to see if any of them were missing. This done, there was no longer room for doubt or delay. Champ, the sergeant major, was gone, and with him his arms, baggage, and orderly book. Captain Carnes ordered that pursuit should be made at once. Here, too, Lee made such delay as he could without arousing suspicion, and when the pursuing party was ready he changed its command, giving it to Lieutenant Middleton, a tender-hearted young man, whom he could trust to treat Champ mercifully if he should be overtaken. These various delays had the desired effect. By the time the party started, Champ had been an hour on the road. It was past 12 o'clock of a starry night when Middleton and his men took to horse and galloped away on the track of the deserter. It was a plain track, unluckily, a trail that a child might have followed. There had been a shower at sunset, sharp enough to wash out all previous hoof marks from the road. The footprints of a single horse were all that now appeared. In addition to this, the horseshoes of Lee's legion had a private mark by which they could be readily recognized. There could be no question those footprints were made by the horse of the deserter. Here was a contingency unlooked for by Lee. The pursuit could be pushed on at full speed. At every fork or cross road a trooper sprang quickly from his horse and examined the trail. It needed but a glance to discover what road had been taken. On they went with scarce a moment's loss of time, and with sure knowledge that they were on the fugitive's track. At sunrise the pursuing party found themselves at the top of a ridge in the road, near the Three Pigeons, a roadside tavern several miles north of the village of Bergen. Looking ahead, their eyes fell on the form of the deserter. He was but half a mile in advance. They had gained on him greatly during the night. At the same moment Champ perceived them. Both parties spurred their horses to greater speed, and away went fugitive and pursuers at a rattling pace. The roads in that vicinity were well known to them all. There was a short cut through the woods from near the Three Pigeons to the bridge below Bergen. Middleton sent part of his men by this route to cut off the fugitive, while he followed the main road with the rest. He felt sure now that he had the deserter, for he could not reach the British outposts without crossing the bridge. On they went. No long time elapsed before the two divisions met at the bridge, but Champ was not between them. The trap had been sprung, but had failed to catch its game. He had in some strange manner disappeared. What was to be done? How had he eluded them? Middleton rode hastily back to Bergen, and inquired if a dragoon had passed through the village that morning. Yes, and not long ago. Which way did he go? That we cannot say. No one took notice. Middleton examined the road. Other horses had been out that morning, and the Lee Corps footprint was no longer to be seen. But at a short distance from the village the trail again became legible, and the pursuit was resumed. In a few minutes Champ was discovered. He had reached a point near the water's edge, and was making signals to certain British galleys which lay in the stream. The truth was that the fugitive knew of the short cut quite as well as his pursuers, and had shrewdly judged that they would take it, and endeavor to cut him off before he could reach the enemy's lines at Paulus Hook. He knew, besides, that two of the king's galleys lay in the bay, a mile from Bergen, and in front of the small settlement of Communipaw. Hither he directed his course, lashing his valise, as he went, upon his back. Champ now found himself in imminent peril of capture. There had been no response from the galleys to his signals. The pursuers were close at hand, and pushing forward with shouts of triumph. Soon they were but a few hundred yards away. There was but one hope left. Champ sprang from his horse, flung away the scabbard of his sword, and with the naked blade in his hand, ran across the marshy ground before him, leaped into the waters of the bay, and swam lustily for the galleys, calling loudly for help. A boat had just before left the side of the nearest galley. As the pursuers reined up their horses by the side of the marsh, the fugitive was hauled in, and was swiftly rowed back to the ship. Middleton, disappointed in his main object, took the horse, cloak, and scabbard of the fugitive, and returned with them to camp. "He has not been killed?" asked Lee, hastily, on seeing these articles. "No, the rascal gave us the slip. He is safely on a British galley, and this is all we have to show." A few days afterwards Lee received a letter from Champ, in a disguised hand and without a signature, transmitted through a secret channel which had been arranged, telling of his success up to this point, and what he proposed to do. As it appeared, the seeming deserter had been well received in New York. The sharpness of the pursuit and the orderly book which he bore seemed satisfactory proofs of his sincerity of purpose. The captain of the galley sent him to New York with a letter to Sir Henry Clinton. Clinton was glad to see him. For a deserter to come to him from a legion so faithful to the rebel cause as that of Major Lee seemed an evidence that the American side was rapidly weakening. He questioned Champ closely. The taciturn deserter answered him briefly, but with such a show of sincerity as to win his confidence. The interview ended in Clinton's giving him a couple of guineas, and bidding him to call on General Arnold, who was forming a corps of loyalists and deserters, and who would be glad to have his name on his rolls. This suggestion hit Champ's views exactly. It was what had been calculated upon by Washington in advance. The seeming deserter called upon Arnold, who received him courteously and gave him quarters among his recruiting sergeants. He asked him to join his legion, but Champ declined, saying that if caught by the rebels in this corps, he was sure to be hanged. A few days sufficed the secret agent to lay his plans. He delivered the letters which had been given him, and made arrangements with one of the parties written to for aid in the proposed abduction of Arnold. This done, he went to Arnold, told him that he had changed his mind, and agreed to enlist in his legion. His purpose now was to gain free intercourse with him, that he might learn all that was possible about his habits. Arnold's quarters were at No. 3 Broadway. Back of the house was a garden, which extended towards the water's edge. Champ soon learned that it was Arnold's habit to seek his quarters about midnight, and that before going to bed he always visited the garden. Adjoining this garden was a dark alley, which led to the street. In short, all the surroundings and circumstances were adapted to the design, and seemed to promise success. The plan was well laid. Two patriotic accomplices were found. One of them was to have a boat in readiness by the river side. On the night fixed upon, they were to conceal themselves in Arnold's garden at midnight, seize and gag him when he came out for his nightly walk, and take him by way of the alley, and of unfrequented streets in the vicinity, to the adjoining river side. In case of meeting any one and being questioned, it was arranged that they should profess to be carrying a drunken soldier to the guard house. Once in the boat, Hoboken could quickly be reached. Here assistance from Lee's corps had been arranged for. The plot was a promising one. Champ prepared for it by removing some of the palings between the garden and the alley. These he replaced in such a way that they could be taken out again without noise. All being arranged, he wrote to Lee, and told him that on the third night from that date, if all went well, the traitor would be delivered upon the Jersey shore. He must be present at an appointed place in the woods at Hoboken to receive him. This information gave Lee the greatest satisfaction. On the night in question he left camp with a small party, taking with him 3 led horses for the prisoner and his captors, and at midnight sought the appointed spot. Here he waited with slowly declining hope. Hour after hour passed, the gray light of dawn appeared in the east, the sun rose over the waters, yet Champ and his prisoner failed to appear. Deeply disappointed, Lee led his party back to camp. The cause of the failure may be told in a few words. It was a simple one. The merest chance saved Arnold from the fate which he so richly merited. This was, that on the very day which Champ had fixed for the execution of his plot, Arnold changed his quarters, his purpose being to attend to the embarkation of an expedition to the south, which was to be under his command. In a few days Lee received a letter from his agent, telling the cause of failure, and saying that at present success was hopeless. In fact, Champ found himself unexpectedly in an awkward situation. Arnold's American Legion was to form part of this expedition. Champ had enlisted in it. He was caught in a trap of his own setting. Instead of crossing the Hudson that night with Arnold as his prisoner, he found himself on board a British transport with Arnold as his commander. He was in for the war on the British side, forced to face his fellow countrymen in the field. We need not tell the story of Arnold's expedition to Virginia, with the brutal incidents which history relates concerning it. It will suffice to say that Champ formed part of it, all his efforts to desert proving fruitless. It may safely be said that no bullet from his musket reached the American ranks, but he was forced to brave death from the hands of those with whom alone he was in sympathy. Not until Arnold's corps had reached Cornwallis at Petersburg did its unwilling recruit succeed in escaping. Taking to the mountains, he made his way into North Carolina, and was not long in finding himself among friends. His old corps was in that state, taking part in the pursuit of Lord Rawdon. It had just passed the Congaree in this pursuit, when, greatly to the surprise of his old comrades, the deserter appeared in their ranks. Their surprise was redoubled when they saw Major Lee receive him with the utmost cordiality. A few minutes sufficed to change their surprise to admiration. There was no longer occasion for secrecy. Champ's story was told, and was received with the utmost enthusiasm by his old comrades. So this was the man they had pursued so closely, this man who had been seeking to put the arch traitor within their hands. John Champ, they declared, was a comrade to be proud of, and his promotion to a higher rank was the plain duty of the military authorities. Washington knew too well, however, what would be the fate of his late agent, if taken by the enemy, to subject him to this peril. He would have been immediately hanged. Champ was therefore discharged from the service, after having been richly rewarded by the commander in chief. When Washington, 17 years afterwards, was preparing against a threatened war with the French, he sent to Lee for information about Champ, whom he desired to make a captain of infantry. He was too late. The gallant sergeant major had joined a higher corps. He had enlisted in the grand army of the dead. Chapter 18. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. Is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 18. Marion the Swamp Fox. Our story takes us back to the summer of 1780, a summer of war, suffering, and outrage in the States of the South. General Gates, at the head of the Army of the South, was marching towards Camden, South Carolina, filled with inflated hopes of meeting and defeating Cornwallis. How this hopeful general was himself defeated, and how, in consequence, the whole country south of Virginia fell under British control, history relates. We are not here concerned with it. Gates's army had crossed the Pedee River and was pushing southward. During its march a circumstance occurred which gave great amusement to the trim soldiery. There joined the army a volunteer detachment of about 20 men, such a heterogeneous and woebegone corps that Falstaff himself might have hesitated before enlisting them. They were a mosaic of whites and blacks, men and boys, their clothes tatters, their equipments burlesques on military array, their horses, for they were all mounted, parodies on the noble war charger. At the head of this motley array was a small sized, thin faced, modest looking man, his uniform superior to that of his men, but no model of neatness, yet with a flashing spirit in his eye that admonished the amused soldiers not to laugh at his men in his presence. Behind his back they laughed enough. The Pedee volunteers were a source of ridicule to the well clad Continentals that might have caused trouble had not the officers used every effort to repress it. As for Gates, he offered no welcome to this ragged squad. The leader modestly offered him some advice about the military condition of the South, but the general in command was clothed in too dense an armor of conceit to be open to advice from any quarter, certainly not from the leader of such a Falstaffian company, and he was glad enough to get rid of him by sending him on a scouting expedition in advance of the army, to watch the enemy and report his movements. This service precisely suited him to whom it was given, for this small, non intrusive personage was no less a man than Francis Marion, then but little known, but destined to become the Robin Hood of partisan warriors, the celebrated Swamp Fox of historical romance and romantic history. Marion had appeared with the title of colonel. He left the army with the rank of general. Governor Rutledge, who was present, knew him and his worth, gave him a brigadier's commission, and authorized him to enlist a brigade for guerrilla work in the swamps and forests of the State. Thus raised in rank, Marion marched away with his motley crew of followers, they doubtless greatly elevated in dignity to feel that they had a general at their head. The army indulged in a broad laugh after they had gone, at Marion's miniature brigade of scarecrows. They laughed at the wrong man; for after their proud array was broken and scattered to the winds, and the region they had marched to relieve had become the prey of the enemy, that modest partisan alone was to keep alive the fire of liberty in South Carolina, and so annoy the victors that in the end they hardly dared show their faces out of the forts. The Swamp Fox was to pave the way for the reconquest of the South by the brave General Greene. No long time elapsed before Marion increased his disreputable score to a brigade of more respectable proportions, with which he struck such quick and telling blows from all sides on the British and Tories, that no nest of hornets could have more dismayed a marauding party of boys. The swamps of the Pedee were his headquarters. In their interminable and thicket-hidden depths he found hiding places in abundance, and from them he made rapid darts, north, south, east, and west, making his presence felt wherever he appeared, and flying back to shelter before his pursuers could overtake him. His corps was constantly changing, now swelling, now shrinking, now little larger than his original ragged score, now grown to a company of 100 or more in dimensions. It was always small; the swamps could not furnish shelter and food for any large body of men. Marion's headquarters were at Snow's Island, at the point where Lynch's Creek joins the Pedee River. There was a region of high river swamp, thickly forested and abundantly supplied with game. The camp was on dry land, but around it spread broad reaches of wet thicket and canebrake, whose paths were known only to the partisans, and their secrets sedulously preserved. As regards the mode of life here of Marion and his men, there is an anecdote which will picture it better than pages of description. A young British officer was sent from Georgetown to treat with Marion for an exchange of prisoners. The Swamp Fox fully approved of the interview, being ready enough to rid himself of his captives, who were a burden on his hands. But he was too shrewd to lay bare the ways that led to his camp. The officer was blindfolded, and led by devious paths through canebrake, thicket, and forest, to the hidden camp. On the removal of the bandage from his eyes, he looked about him with admiration and surprise. He found himself in a scene worthy of Robin Hood's woodland band. Above him spread the boughs of magnificent trees, laden with drooping moss, and hardly letting a ray of sunlight through their crowding foliage. Around him rose their massive trunks, like the columns of some vast cathedral. On the grassy or moss-clad ground sat or lay groups of hardy-looking men, no two of them dressed alike, and with none of the neat appearance of the uniformed soldiers. More remote were their horses, cropping the short herbage in equine contentment. It looked like a camp of forest outlaws, jovial tenants of the merry green wood. The surprise of the officer was not lessened when his eyes fell on Marion, whom he had never seen before. It may be that he expected to gaze on a burly giant. As it was, he could scarcely believe that this diminutive, quiet-looking man, and this handful of ill-dressed and lounging followers, were the celebrated band who had thrown the whole British power in the South into alarm. Marion addressed him, and a conference ensued, in which their business was quickly arranged to their mutual satisfaction. "And now, my dear sir," said Marion, "I should be glad to have you dine with me. You have fasted during your journey, and will be the better for a woodland repast." "With pleasure," replied the officer. "It will be a new and pleasant experience." He looked around him. Where was the dining room? Where, at least, was the table on which their midday repast was to be spread? Where were the dishes and the other paraphernalia which civilization demands as the essentials of a modern dinner? Where? His eyes found no answer to this mental question. Marion looked at him with a smile. "We dine here in simple style, captain," he remarked. "Pray be seated." He took his seat on a mossy log, and pointed to an opposite one for the officer. A minute or two afterwards the camp purveyor made his appearance, bearing a large piece of bark on which smoked some roasted sweet potatoes. They came from a fire of brushwood blazing at a distance. "Help yourself, captain," said Marion, taking a swollen and brown-coated potato from the impromptu platter, breaking it in half, and beginning to eat with a forest appetite. The officer looked at the viands and at his host with eyes of wonder. "Surely, General," he exclaimed, "this cannot be your ordinary fare." "Indeed it is," said Marion, "and we are fortunate, on this occasion, having company to entertain, to have more than our usual allowance." The officer had little more to say. He helped himself to the rural viands, which he ate with thought for salt. On returning to Georgetown he gave in his report, and then tendered his commission to his superior officer, saying that a people who could fight on roots for fare could not be, and ought not to be, subdued, and that he for one would not serve against them. Of the exploits of Marion we can but speak briefly. They were too many to be given in detail. His blows were so sharply dealt in such quick succession, and at such remote points, that his foes were puzzled, and could hardly believe that a single band was giving them all this trouble. Their annoyance culminated in their sending one of their best cavalry leaders, Colonel Weymouth, to surprise and crush the Swamp Fox, then far from his hiding place. Weymouth got on Marion's trail and pursued him with impetuous haste. But the wary patriot was not to be easily surprised, nor would he fight where he had no chance to win. Northward he swiftly made his way, through swamps and across deep streams, into North Carolina. Weymouth lost his trail, found it, lost it again, and finally, discouraged and revengeful, turned back and desolated the country from which he had driven its active defender, and which was looked on as the hotbed of rebellion. Marion, who had but 60 men in his band, halted the moment pursuit ceased, sent out scouts for information, and in a very short time was back in the desolated district. The people rushed with horse and rifle to his ranks. Swiftly he sped to the Black Mingo below Georgetown, and here fell at midnight on a large body of Tories, with such vigor and success that the foe were almost annihilated, while Marion lost but a single man. The devoted band now had a short period of rest, the British being discouraged and depressed. Then Tarleton, the celebrated hard riding marauder, took upon himself the difficult task of crushing the Swamp Fox. He scoured the country, spreading ruin as he went, but all of his skill and impetuosity were useless in the effort to overtake Marion. The patriot leader was not even to be driven from his chosen region of operations, and he managed to give his pursuer some unwelcome reminders of his presence. At times Tarleton would be within a few miles of him, and full of hope of overtaking him before the next day's dawn. But while he was thus lulled to security, Marion would be watching him from the shadows of some dark morass, and at midnight the British rear or flank would feel the sharp bite of the Swamp Fox's teeth. In the end he was comforted from the pursuit, with more hard words against this fellow, who "would not fight like a gentleman or a Christian," than he had ever been able to give him hard blows. Tarleton withdrawn, Marion resumed all his old activity, his audacity reaching the extent of making an attack on the British garrison at Georgetown. This was performed in conjunction with Major Lee, who had been sent by General Greene to Marion's aid. Lee had no trouble to find him; the active partisan was so constantly moving about, now in deep swamps, now far from his lurking places, that friend and foe alike were puzzled to trace his movements. They met at last, however, and made a midnight attack on Georgetown, unsuccessful as it proved, yet sufficient to redouble the alarm of the enemy. In the spring of 1780 we find Colonel Watson, with a force of 500 men, engaged in the difficult task of crushing Marion. He found him, unlike the predecessors, but, as it proved, to his own cost. Marion was now at Snow's Island, whence he emerged to strike a quick succession of blows at such different points that he appeared to be ubiquitous. His force met that of Watson unexpectedly, and a fight ensued. Watson had the advantage of field pieces, and Marion was obliged to fall back. Reaching a bridge over the Black River, he checked his pursuers with telling volleys long enough to burn the bridge. Then a peculiar contest took place. The two forces marched down the stream, one on each side, for 10 miles, skirmishing across the water all the way. Darkness ended the fight. The two camps were pitched near together. For 10 days Watson remained there, not able to get at Marion, and so annoyed by the constant raids of his active foe that in the end he made a midnight flight to escape destruction in detail. Marion pursued, and did him no small damage in the flight. Watson's only solace was the remark, already quoted, that his troublesome foe would not fight like a gentleman or a Christian. Major Lee tells an amusing story of an incident that happened to himself on his march in search of Marion. He had encamped for the night on Drowning Creek, a branch of the Pedee. As morning approached, word was brought to the officer of the day that noises were heard in front of the pickets, in the direction of the creek. They seemed like the stealthy movements of men. Now a sentinel fired, the bugles sounded for the horse patrols to come in, and the whole force was quickly got ready for the coming enemy. But no enemy appeared. Soon after another sentinel fired, and word came that an unseen foe was moving in the swamp. The troops faced in this direction and waited anxiously for the coming of dawn. Suddenly the line of sentinels in their rear fire in succession. The enemy had undoubtedly gained the road behind them, and were marching on them from that direction. The line again faced round. Lee went along it, telling his men that there was nothing left but to fight, and bidding them to sustain the high reputation which they had long since won. The cavalry were ordered not to pursue a flying force, for the country was well suited for concealment, and they might be tempted into an ambuscade. When day broke the whole column advanced with great caution, infantry in front, baggage in center, cavalry in rear. Where was the foe? None appeared. The van officer carefully examined the road for an enemy's trail. To his surprise and amusement he found only the tracks of a large pack of wolves. These animals had been attempting to pass the camp at point after point, turned from each point by the fire of the sentinels, and trying the line on all sides. Great merriment followed, in which pickets, patrols, and the officer of the day were made the butt of the ridicule of the whole force. We shall close with one interesting story, in which Marion played the leading part, but which is distinguished by an example of womanly patriotism worthy of the highest praise. The mansion of Mrs. Rebecca Mott, a rich widow of South Carolina, had been taken possession of by the British authorities, she being obliged to take up her residence in a farm house on her lands. The large mansion was converted into a fort and surrounded by a deep ditch and a high parapet. A garrison of 150 men, under Captain Macpherson, was stationed here, the place being renamed Fort Mott. This stronghold was attacked in May, 1781, by Marion and Lee, then in conjunction. Lee took position at the farm house, and posted his men on the declivity of the plain on which the fort stood. Marion cast up a mound, placed on it the 6-pounder they had brought with them, and prepared to assail the parapet, while Lee made his approaches. Macpherson had no artillery. Their approaches were made by a trench from an adjacent ravine. In a few days they were near enough to be justified in demanding a surrender. Macpherson refused. The same evening word reached the Americans that Lord Rawdon was approaching. On the following night the light of his camp fires could be seen on the neighboring hills of the Santee. The garrison saw them as well as the assailants, and were filled with renewed hope. What was to be done? The besiegers must succeed quickly or retreat. Lee was not long in devising an expedient. The mansion of Mrs. Mott was shingled, and the shingles very dry. There had been no rain for several days, and the sun had poured its rays warmly upon them. They might be set on fire. Lee suggested this to Mrs. Mott, with much dread as to how she would receive it. Her acquiescence was so cheerful that his mind was relieved. The patriotic woman expressed herself as ready to make any sacrifice for her country. Lee told his plan to Marion, who warmly approved it. It was proposed to do the work by means of arrows carrying flaming combustibles. As it proved, however, the only bows and arrows they could find in the camp were very inferior articles. "They will never do," said Mrs. Mott. "I can provide you with much better. I have in the house an excellent bow and bundle of arrows which came from the East Indies. They are at your service." She hastened from the room, and quickly returned with the weapons, which she handed to Lee as cheerfully as though she looked for some special benefit to herself from their use. Word was sent to Macpherson of what was intended, and that Rawdon had not yet crossed the Santee. Immediate surrender would save many lives. The bold commandant still refused. At midday, from the shelter of the ditch, Nathan Savage, one of Marion's men, shot several flaming arrows at the roof. 2 of them struck the dry shingles. Almost instantly these were in a flame. The fire crept along the roof. Soldiers were sent up to extinguish it, but a shot or 2 from the field piece drove them down. There was no longer hope for Macpherson. He must surrender, or have his men burned in the fort, or decimated if they should leave it. He hung out the white flag of surrender. The firing ceased, the flames were extinguished. At 1 o'clock the garrison yielded themselves prisoners. An hour afterwards the victorious and the captive officers were seated at an ample repast at Mrs. Mott's table, presided over by that lady with as much urbanity and grace as though these guests were her especial friends. Since that day Mrs. Mott has been classed among the most patriotic heroines of the Revolution. This is perhaps enough in prose, but the fame of Marion and his men has been fitly enshrined in poetry, and it will not be amiss to quote a verse or 2, in conclusion, from Bryant's stirring poem, entitled "Song of Marion's Men." Our band is few, but true and tried, our leader frank and bold. The British soldier trembles when Marion's name is told. Our fortress is the good greenwood, our tent the cypress tree. We know the forest round us, as seamen know the sea. We know its walls of thorny vines, its glades of reedy grass, its safe and silent islands within the dark morass. Well knows the fair and friendly moon the band that Marion leads, the glitter of their rifles, the scampering of their steeds. 'Tis life to guide the fiery barb across the moonlit plain. 'Tis life to feel the night wind that lifts his tossing mane. A moment in the British camp, a moment and away, back to the pathless forest before the peep of day. Grave men they are by broad Santee, grave men with hoary hairs. Their hearts are all with Marion, for Marion are their prayers. And lovely ladies greet our band with kindliest welcoming, with smiles like those of summer, and tears like those of spring. For them we wear these trusty arms, and lay them down no more, till we have driven the Briton forever from our shore. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 19. The Fate of the Philadelphia. It was a mild evening on the Mediterranean, the wind light, the sea smooth, the temperature, though the season was that of midwinter, summer-like in its geniality. Into the harbor of Tripoli slowly glided a small two-masted vessel, all her sails set and moderately well filled by the wind, yet moving with the tardiness of a very slow sailor. A broad bay lay before her, its surface silvered by the young moon whose crescent glowed in the western sky. Far inward could be dimly seen the masts and hull of a large vessel, its furled sails white in the moonlight. Beyond it were visible distant lights, and a white lustre, as of minaret tops touched by the moonbeams. These were the lights and spires of Tripoli, a Moorish town then best known as a haunt and stronghold of the pirates of the Mediterranean. All was silence, all seemingly peaceful. The vessel, the ketch, to give it its nautical name, moved onward with what seemed exasperating slowness, scarcely ruffling the polished waters of the bay. The hours passed on, the miles lagged tardily behind. The wind fell, the time crept towards midnight. The only life visible in the wide landscape was that of the gliding ketch. But any one who could have gained a bird's-eye view of the vessel would have seen sufficient to excite his distrust of that innocent-seeming craft. From the water side only 10 or 12 men could be seen, but on looking downward the decks would have been perceived to be crowded with men, lying down so as to be hidden behind the bulwarks and other objects upon the deck, and so thick that the sailors who were working the vessel had barely room to move. This appeared suspicious. Not less suspicious was the fact that the water behind the vessel was ruffled by dragging objects of various kinds, which seemed to have something to do with her slowness of motion. As the wind grew lighter, and the speed of the vessel fell until it was moving at barely a 2 knots rate, these objects were drawn in, and proved to be buckets, spars, and other drags, which had been towed astern to reduce the vessel's speed. Her tardiness of motion was evidently the work of design. It was now about 10 o'clock. The moon hovered on the western horizon, near its hour of setting. The wind was nearly east, and favorable to the vessel's course, but was growing lighter every moment. The speed of the ketch diminished until it seemed almost to have come to rest. It had now reached the eastern entrance to the bay, the passage here being narrowed by rocks on the one hand and a shoal on the other. Through this passage it stole onward like a ghost, for nearly an hour, all around being tranquil, nothing anywhere to arouse distrust. The craft seemed a coaster delayed by the light winds in making harbor. The gliding ketch had now come so near to the large vessel in front that the latter had lost its dimness of outline and was much more plainly visible. It was evidently no Moorish craft, its large hull, its lofty masts, its tracery of spars and rigging being rather those of an English or American frigate than a product of Tripolitan dockyards. Its great bulk and sweeping spars arose in striking contrast to the low-decked vessels which could be seen here and there huddled about the inner sides of the harbor. A half-hour more passed. The ketch was now close aboard the frigate-like craft, steering directly towards it. Despite the seeming security of the harbor, there were sentries posted on the frigate and officers moving about its deck. From one of these now came a loud hail in the Tripolitan tongue. "What craft is that?" "The Mastico from Malta," came the answer, in the same language. "Keep off! Do you want to run afoul of us?" "We would like to ride beside you for the night," came the answer. "We have lost our anchors in a gale." The conversation continued in the Tripolitan language, as the ketch crept slowly up, an officer of the frigate and the pilot of the smaller vessel being the spokesman. A number of Moorish sailors were looking with mild curiosity over the frigate's rails, without a moment's suspicion that anything was wrong. The moon still dimly lit up the waters of the bay, but not with light enough to make any object very distinct. As the ketch came close, a boat was lowered with a line, and was rowed towards the frigate, to whose forechains the end was made fast. At the same time the officer of the large vessel, willing to aid the seemingly disabled coaster, ordered some of his men to lower a boat and take a line from the stern to the ketch. As the boat of the latter returned, it met the frigate's boat, took the line from the hands of its crew, and passed it on to the smaller vessel. The ketch was now fast to the frigate, bow and stern. The lines were passed to the men lying on the deck, none of whom were visible from the frigate's rail, and were slowly passed from hand to hand by the men, the coaster thus being cautiously drawn closer to the obliging Moorish craft. All this took time. Foot by foot the ketch drew nearer, her motion being almost imperceptible. The Moors looked lazily over their bulwark, fancying that it was but the set of the current that was bringing the vessels together. But suddenly there was a change. The officer of the frigate had discovered that the ketch was still provided with anchors, despite the story that her anchors had been lost in a gale. "What is this?" he cried sternly. "You have your anchors! You have lied to me! Keep off! Cut those fasts there!" A moment afterwards the cry of Americanos was raised in the ship, and a number of the night watch drew their knives and hastened fore and aft to cut the fasts. The crew of the Mastico, or the Intrepid, to give it its proper name, were still more alert. At the first signal of alarm, their cautious pull on the ropes was changed to a vigorous effort which sent the ketch surging through the water to the side of the frigate, where she was instantly secured by grappling irons hurled by strong hands. Up to this moment not a movement or whisper had betrayed the presence of the men crouched on the deck. The 10 or 12 who were visible seemed to constitute the whole crew of the craft. But now there came a sudden change. The stirring cry of "Boarders away!" was raised in stentorian tones, and in an instant the deck of the Intrepid seemed alive. The astonished Moors gazed with startled eyes at a dense crowd of men who had appeared as suddenly as if they had come from the air. The order to board had been given by an officer who sprang at the same moment for the frigate's chain plates. 2 active young men followed him, and in an instant the whole crew were at their heels, some boarding the frigate by the ports, others over the rail, swarming upon her deck like so many bees, while the Moors fell back in panic fright. The surprise was perfect. The men on the frigate's deck ran to the starboard side as their assailants poured in on the larboard, and constant plunges into the water told they were hastily leaping overboard in their fright. Hardly a blow had been struck. The deck was cleared in almost a minute after the order to board. The only struggle took place below, but this lasted little longer. In less than 10 minutes from the time of boarding all resistance was at an end, and the craft was an undisputed prize to the Intrepid's crew. And now to learn the meaning of this midnight assault. The vessel which had been so skilfully captured was the frigate Philadelphia, of the American navy, which had fallen into the hands of the Tripolitans some time before. For years the Moorish powers of Africa had been preying upon the commerce of the Mediterranean, until the weaker nations of Europe were obliged to pay an annual tribute for the security of their commerce. The United States did the same for some time, but the thing grew so annoying that war was at length declared against Tripoli, the boldest of these piratical powers. In 1803 Commodore Preble was sent with a fleet to the Mediterranean. He forced Morocco to respect American commerce, and then proceeded to Tripoli, outside whose harbor his fleet congregated with a view of blockading the port. On October 31st, Captain Bainbridge of the Philadelphia, while cruising about, saw a vessel in shore and to windward, standing for Tripoli. Sail was made to cut her off. The chase continued for several hours, the lead being kept constantly going to avoid danger of shoals. When about a league distant from Tripoli, it became evident that the fugitive craft could not be overtaken, and the frigate wore round to haul off into deeper waters. But to the alarm of the officers, they found the water in their front rapidly shoaling, it having quickly decreased in depth from 8 to 6½ fathoms. A hasty effort was now made to wear the ship, but it was too late. The next instant she struck on a reef with such force that she was lifted on it between 5 and 6 feet. This was an appalling accident. No other cruiser was near. The enemy was close at hand. Gunboats were visible near the town. The moment it was discovered that the frigate was in trouble, these dogs of war would be out. Captain Bainbridge gave orders to lighten the ship with all speed. All but a few of her guns were thrown overboard. The anchors were cut from the bows. The water casks in the hold were started, and the water pumped out. All heavy articles were thrown overboard, and finally the foremast was cut away, but all proved in vain. The ship still lay immovable on the rocks. The gunboats of the enemy now surrounded her, and were growing bolder every minute. There was nothing for it but surrender. Resistance could only end in the death of all on board. But before hauling down his flag, Captain Bainbridge had the magazine drowned, holes bored in the ship's bottom, the pumps choked, and every measure taken to ensure her sinking. Then the colors were lowered, and the gunboats took possession, 315 prisoners being captured. The officers were well treated by the Bashaw of Tripoli, but an enormous ransom was demanded for them, and all signs of an inclination to peace disappeared. Captain Bainbridge's efforts to sink the Philadelphia proved ineffectual. During a high wind the prize was got off her reef, her leaks stopped, and she taken in triumph to the city. Her guns, anchors, and other articles were raised from the reef, the ship was moored about a quarter of a mile from the Bashaw's castle, and her injuries repaired, it being the intention to fit her for sea as a Tripolitan cruiser. These were the events that preceded the daring attempt we have detailed. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur had volunteered to make an effort to destroy the vessel, with the aid of a recently captured ketch, called the Mastico. This, renamed the Intrepid, manned with a crew of 76 men, had entered the harbor on the evening of February 3, 1804. What followed to the capture of the frigate has been told. The succeeding events remain to be detailed. Doubtless Lieutenant Decatur would have attempted to carry off the prize, had it been possible. His orders, however, were to destroy it, and the fact that there was not a sail bent or a yard crossed left him no alternative. The command was, therefore, at once given to pass up the combustibles from the ketch. There was no time to be lost. The swimming fugitives would quickly be in the town, and the alarm given. Every moment now was of value, for the place where they were was commanded by the guns of the forts and of several armed vessels, anchored at no great distance, and they might look for an assault the instant their character was determined. With all haste, then, officers and men went to work. They had been divided into squads, each with its own duty to perform, and they acted with the utmost promptitude and disciplined exactness. The men who descended with combustibles to the cockpit and after storerooms had need to haste, for fires were lighted over their heads before they were through with their task. So rapidly did the flames catch and spread that some of those on board had to make their escape from between decks by the forward ladders, the after part of the ship being already filled with smoke. In 20 minutes from the time the Americans had taken possession of the ship, they were driven out of her by flames, so rapidly had they spread. The vessel had become so dry under those tropical suns that she burned like pine. By the time the party which had been engaged in the storerooms reached the deck, most of the others were on board the Intrepid. They joined them, and the order to cast off was given. It was not an instant too soon, for the daring party were just then in the most risky situation they had been in that night. The fire, in fact, had spread with such unexpected rapidity that flames were already shooting from the portholes. The head-fast was cast off, and the ketch fell astern, but the stern-fast became jammed, and the boom foul, while the ammunition of the party, covered only with a tarpaulin, was within easy reach of the increasing flames. There was no time to look for an axe, and the rope was severed with sword blows, while a vigorous shove sent the Intrepid clear of the frigate and free from the danger which had threatened her. As she swung clear, the flames reached the rigging, up which they shot in hissing lines, the ropes being saturated with tar which had oozed out through the heat of the sun. The Intrepid did not depend on her sails alone for escape. She was provided with sweeps, and these were now got out and manned with haste, a few vigorous strokes sending the vessel safely away from the flaming frigate. This done, the crew, as with one impulse, dropped their oars and gave 3 rousing cheers for their signal victory. Their shouts of triumph appeared to rouse the Moors from their lethargy. So rapid and unlooked for had been the affair, that the vessel was in full flame before the town and the harbor were awake to the situation. There were batteries on shore, and 2 corsairs and a galley were anchored at no great distance from the Philadelphia, and from these now the boom of cannon began. But their fire was too hasty and nervous to do much harm, and the men of the Intrepid seized their sweeps again and bowled merrily down the harbor, their progress aided by a light breeze in their sails. The spectacle that followed is described as of a beauty that approached sublimity. The ship, aflame from hull to peak, presented a magnificent appearance; the entire bay was illuminated, and the flash and roar of cannon were constant, the guns of the Philadelphia going off as they became heated, and added to the uproar. She lay so that one of her broadsides was directed towards the town, thus returning the enemy's fire, while the other sent its balls far out into the harbor. The most singular effect of the conflagration was on board the ship, for the flames, having run up the rigging and masts, collected under the tops and fell over, giving the whole the appearance of glowing columns and fiery capitals. The Intrepid moved on down the harbor, none the worse for the cannon balls that were sent after her, and continued her course until she reached her consort, the Siren, which awaited her outside the harbor. Joining company, they proceeded to Syracuse, where the fleet then lay. The exploit we have here described was one of the most notable in the annals of the American navy. It was one that needed the utmost daring combined with the most exact attention to details, and in both these respects there was nothing wanting to ensure the success of the enterprise. The hour was well chosen, as that in which the foe would most likely be off their guard, and to this we must ascribe the slowness of their assault on the Americans and the uncertainty of their aim. The mode of approach to the frigate, the skill with which the ketch was laid alongside without exciting suspicion, and the rapidity and completeness with which the destruction of the prize was prepared for, were all worthy of high commendation. As for the boldness of the enterprise, one has but to consider what would have been the fate of the Americans, had the attack failed. Directly under the frigate's guns, and in a harbor filled with gunboats and armed cruisers, and surrounded by forts and batteries, escape would have been impossible, and every man in the Intrepid must have perished. The greatest courage, coolness, and self-possession, and the most exact discipline alone could have yielded success in the daring project, and these qualities seem to have been possessed to a high degree. The success of this exploit gave Lieutenant Decatur a reputation for gallantry which had its share in his subsequent elevation to the highest rank in the navy. The country generally applauded the feat, and the navy long considered it one of its most brilliant achievements, it being deemed a high honor among sailors and officers to have been one of the Intrepid's crew. The writer of these pages may add that it is to him a matter of some interest that the first man to reach the deck of the Philadelphia on that memorable night was a namesake of his own, Midshipman Charles Morris. For the credit of the name he is also glad to say that Mr. Morris in time became a commodore in the navy, and attained a high reputation as an officer both in war and peace. Chapter 20 of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 20. The Victim of a Traitor. On the Ohio River, 14 miles below Marietta, lies a beautiful island, which became in the early part of this century the scene of a singular romance. At that time it was a wild and forest-clad domain, except for a few acres of clearing near its upper extremity, on which stood a large and handsome mansion, with spacious outbuildings and surrounding grounds which were laid out with the finest taste. The great elms and gigantic sycamore of the west gave grandeur to the surrounding woodland, and afforded shelter to grazing flocks and herds. Huge water willows dipped their drooping branches into the waves of the Ohio as they ran swiftly by. In front of the mansion were several acres of well-kept lawn. In its rear were 2 acres of flower garden, planted with native and exotic shrubs. Vine-covered arbors and grottos rose here and there. On one side of the house was the kitchen garden, stocked with choice fruit trees. Through the forest trees an opening had been cut, which afforded an attractive view of the river for several miles of its course. On the whole, it was a paradise in the wilderness, a remarkable scene for that outlying region, for not far from the mansion still stood a large block-house, which had, not many years before, been used as a place of refuge in the desolating Indian wars. Here dwelt Harman Blennerhassett and his lovely wife. He a man of scientific attainments, she a woman of fine education and charming manners. He was of Irish origin, wealthy, amply educated, with friends among the highest nobility. But he had imbibed republican principles, and failed to find himself comfortable in royalist society. He had therefore sought America, heard of the beautiful islands of the Ohio, and built himself a home on one of the most charming of them all. We have described the exterior of the mansion. Interiorly it was richly ornamented and splendidly furnished. The drawing room was of noble proportions and admirable adornment. The library was well filled with choice books. The proprietor was fond of chemistry, and had an excellent laboratory. He enjoyed astronomy, and possessed a powerful telescope. He had a passion for music, had composed many airs, and played well on several instruments. He was, in his way, a universal genius, courteous in manners, benevolent in disposition, yet of that genial and unsuspicious nature which laid him open to the wiles of those shrewd enough to make use of his weak points. Mrs. Blennerhassett loved society, and was none too well pleased that her husband should bury himself and her in the wilderness, and waste his fine powers on undeveloped nature. Such guests of culture as could be obtained were hospitably welcomed at their island mansion. Few boats passed up and down the river without stopping at the island, and cultured and noble persons from England and France not infrequently found their way to the far off home of the Blennerhassetts. Yet, withal, the intervals between the visits of cultivated guests were long. Ohio was rapidly filling up with population, but culture was a rare exotic in that pioneer region, and the inmates of the Blennerhassett mansion must have greatly lacked visits from their own social equals. One day, in the spring of 1805, a traveler landed on the island, as if merely lured thither by the beauty of the grounds as seen from the river. Mr. Blennerhassett was in his study, whither a servant came to tell him that a gentlemanly stranger had landed, and was observing the lawn. The servant was at once bidden to invite the stranger, in his master's name, to enter the house. The traveler courteously declined. He could not think of intruding, begged to be excused for landing on the grounds, and sent in his card. Mr. Blennerhassett read the card, and his eyes lighted up with interest, for what he saw was the name of a former Vice President of the United States. He at once hastened to the lawn, and with polite insistence declared that Mr. Burr must enter and partake of the hospitality of his house. It was like inviting Satan into Eden. Aaron Burr, for it was he, readily complied. He had made the journey thither for that sole purpose. The story of Mr. Blennerhassett's wealth had reached the East, and the astute schemer hoped to enlist his aid in certain questionable projects he then entertained. But no hint of an ulterior purpose was suffered to appear. Burr was noted for the fascination of his manners, and his host and hostess were charmed with him. He was unusually well informed, eloquent in speech, familiar with all social arts, and could mask the deepest designs with the most artless affectation of simplicity. All the secrets of American political movements were familiar to him, and he conversed fluently of the prospects of war with Spain, the ease with which the Mexicans might throw off their foreign yoke, and the possibilities of splendid pecuniary results from land speculations within the Spanish territory on the Red River. This seed sown, the arch deceiver went his way. His first step had been taken. Blennerhassett was patriotically devoted to the United States, but the grand scheme which had been portrayed to him seemed to have nothing to do with the questions of state. It was a land speculation open to private wealth. Burr kept his interest alive by letters. The Blennerhassetts spent the next winter in New York and Philadelphia, and there met Aaron Burr again. Not unlikely they came with that purpose, for the hopes of new wealth easily to be made were alluring and exciting. During that winter it is probable that a sort of land speculation partnership was formed. Very rich lands lay on the Washita River, within Spanish territory, said Burr, which could be bought for a small sum. Then, by encouraging immigration thither, they might be sold at enormous profit. This was the Burr scheme as Blennerhassett heard it. The dupe did not dream of the treasonable projects resting within the mind of his dangerous associate. These were to provoke revolt of the people of Mexico and the northern Spanish provinces, annex the western United States region, and establish a great empire in which Burr should be the leading potentate. Mr. Blennerhassett, once enlisted in the land speculation project, supplied the funds to buy the lands on the Washita, and engaged in operations on a large scale for sending settlers to the purchased domain. Colonel Burr came to Marietta and took an active part in these operations. 15 large flatboats were built to convey the emigrants, their furniture, and such arms as they might need for repelling Indians. 500 men were fixed as the number for the first colony, and this number Burr succeeded in enlisting. Each was to have 100 acres of land. This was not in itself any great inducement where land was so plentiful as in Ohio; but Burr did not hesitate to hint at future possibilities. The lands to be colonized had been peacefully purchased, but the Mexicans were eager to throw off the Spanish yoke. War between the United States and Spain might break out at any moment. Mexico would be invaded by an army, set free, and the new pioneers would have splendid opportunities in the formation of a new and great republic of the West and South. Burr went further than this. He had articles inserted in a Marietta newspaper, signed by an assumed name, in which was advocated the secession of the States west of the Alleghanies. These articles were strongly replied to by a writer who signed himself "Regulus," and with whose views the community at large sympathized. His articles were copied by Eastern papers. They spoke of the armed expedition which Colonel Burr was preparing, and declared that its purpose was the invasion of Mexico. Jefferson, then in the Presidential chair, knew Burr too well to ignore these warnings. He sent a secret agent to Marietta to discover what was going on, and at the same time asked the Governor of Ohio to seize the boats and suppress the expedition. Mr. Blennerhassett assured the secret agent, Mr. Graham, that no thought was entertained of invading Mexico. The project, he said, was an eminently peaceful one. But the public was of a different opinion. Rumor, once started, grew with its usual rapidity. Burr was organizing an army to seize New Orleans, rob the banks, capture the artillery, and set up an empire or republic of his own in the valley of the lower Mississippi. Blennerhassett was his accomplice, and as deep in the scheme as himself. The Ohio legislature, roused to energetic action by the rumors which were everywhere afloat, passed an act that all armed expeditions should be suppressed, and empowered the governor to call out the militia, seize Burr's boats, and hold the crews for trial. Public attention had been earnestly and hostilely directed to the questionable project, and Burr's hopes were at an end. The militia were mustered at Marietta, a 6-pounder was planted on the river bank, orders were given to stop and examine all descending boats, and sentries were placed to watch the stream by day and night. While these events were proceeding, Mr. Blennerhassett had gone to the Muskingum to superintend the departure of the boats that were to start from that stream. While there, the boats were seized by order of the governor. The suspicions of the people and government were for the first time made clear to him. Greatly disturbed, and disposed to abandon the whole project, costly as it had been to him, he hastened back to his island home. There he found a flotilla of 4 boats, with a crew of about 30 men, which had passed Marietta before the mustering of the militia. They were commanded by a Mr. Tyler. Mr. Blennerhassett's judgment was in favor of abandoning the scheme. Mrs. Blennerhassett, who was very ambitious, argued strongly on the other side. She was eager to see her husband assume a position fitting to his great talents. Mr. Tyler joined her in her arguments. Blennerhassett gave way. It was a fatal compliance, one destined to destroy his happiness and peace for the remainder of his life, and to expose his wife to the most frightful scenes of outrage and barbarity. The frontier contained hosts of lawless men, men to whom loyalty meant license. 3 days after the conversation described, word was brought to the island that a party of the Wood County militia, made up of the lowest and most brutal men in the community, would land on the island that very night, seize the boats, arrest all the men they found, and probably burn the house. The danger was imminent. Blennerhassett and all the men with him took to the boats to escape arrest and possibly murder from these exasperated frontiersmen. Mrs. Blennerhassett and her children were left in the mansion, with the expectation that their presence would restrain the brutality of the militia, and preserve the house and its valuable contents from destruction. It proved a fallacious hope. Colonel Phelps, the commander of the militia, pursued Blennerhassett. In his absence his men behaved like savages. They took possession of the house, became brutally drunk from the liquors they found in the cellar, rioted through its elegantly furnished rooms, burned its fences for bonfires, and for 7 days made life a pandemonium of horrors for the helpless women and frightened children who had been left in their midst. The experience of those 7 days was frightful. There was no escape. Mrs. Blennerhassett was compelled to witness the ruthless destruction of all she held most dear, and to listen to the brutal ribaldry and insults of the rioting savages. Not until the end of time named did relief come. Then Mr. Putnam, a friend from the neighboring town of Belpré, ventured on the island. He provided a boat in which the unhappy lady was enabled to save a few articles of furniture and some choice books. In this boat, with her 2 sons, 6 and 8 years old, and with 2 young men from Belpré, she started down the river to join her husband. 2 or 3 negro servants accompanied her. It was a journey of great hardships. The weather was cold, the river filled with floating ice, the boat devoid of any comforts. A rude cabin, open in the front, afforded the only shelter from wind and rain. Half frozen in her flight, the poor woman made her way down the stream, and at length joined her husband at the mouth of the Cumberland River, which he had reached with his companions, having distanced pursuit. Their flight was continued down the Mississippi as far as Natchez. No sooner had Mrs. Blennerhassett left the island than the slight restraint which her presence had exercised upon the militia disappeared. The mansion was ransacked. Whatever they did not carry away was destroyed. Books, pictures, rich furniture were used to feed bonfires. Doors were torn from their hinges, windows dashed in, costly mirrors broken with hammers. Destruction swept the island, all its improvements being ruthlessly destroyed. For months the mansion stood an eyesore of desolation, until some hand, moved by the last impulse of savagery, set it on fire, and it was burned to the ground. What followed may be briefly told. So great was the indignation against Burr that he was forced to abandon his project. His adherents were left in destitution. Some of them were 1,000 miles and more from their homes, and were forced to make their way back as best they could. Burr and Blennerhassett were both arrested for treason. The latter escaped. There was no criminating evidence against him. As for Burr, he had been far too shrewd to leave himself open to the hand of the law. His trial resulted in an acquittal. Though no doubt was felt of his guilt, no evidence could be found to establish it. He was, perforce, set free. If he had done nothing more, he had, by his detestable arts, broken up one of the happiest homes in America, and ruined his guileless victim. Blennerhassett bought a cotton plantation at Natchez. His wife, who had the energy he lacked, managed it. They dwelt there for 10 years, favorites with the neighboring planters. Then came war with England, and the plantation ceased to afford them a living. The ruined man returned to his native land, utterly worn out and discouraged, and died there in poverty in 1831. Mrs. Blennerhassett became a charge on the charity of her friends. After several years she returned to the United States, where she sought to obtain remuneration from Congress for her destroyed property. She would probably have succeeded but for her sudden death. She was buried at the expense of a society of Irish ladies in the city of New York. And thus ended the career of 2 of the victims of Aaron Burr. They had listened to the siren voice of the tempter, and ruin and despair were their rewards. Chapter 21. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. By Charles Morris. Chapter 21. How the Electric Telegraph was Invented. The year 1832 is only 60 years ago in time, yet since then there has been a striking development of conveniences, rapidity of travel, and arrangements for the diffusion of intelligence. People then still traveled in great part by aid of horses, the railroad having just begun its marvelous career. News, which now fly over continents and under oceans at lightning speed, then jogged on at stage coach rates of progress, creeping where they now fly. On the ocean steam was beginning to battle with wind and wave, but the ocean racer was yet a far off dream, and mariners still put their trust in sails much more than in the new born contrivances which were preparing to revolutionize travel. But the wand of the enchanter had been waved, steam had come, and with it the new era of progress had dawned. And another great agent in the development of civilization was about to come. Electricity, which during all the previous time had laughed at bonds, was soon to become man's slave, and to be made his purveyor of news. It is the story of this chaining of the lightning, and forcing it to become the swift conveyor of man's sayings and doings, that we have here to tell. In the far remote period named, if we measure time by deeds, not by years, a packet ship, the Sully, was making its deliberate way across the Atlantic from Havre to New York. Its passenger list was not large. The ocean had not yet become a busy highway of the continents. But among them were some persons in whom we are interested. One of these was a Boston doctor, Charles T. Jackson by name. A A second was a New York artist named Samuel F. B. Morse. The last named gentleman had been a student at Yale, where he became greatly interested in chemistry and some other sciences. He had studied the art of painting under Benjamin West in London, had practiced it in New York, had long been president of the National Academy of the Arts of Design, and was now on his way home after a second period of residence in Europe as a student of art. An interesting conversation took place one day in the cabin of the Sully. Dr. Jackson spoke of Ampere's experiments with the electromagnet, of how Franklin had sent electricity through several miles of wire, finding no loss of time between the touch at one end and the spark at the other, and how, in a recent experiment at Paris, a great length of wire had been carried in circles around the walls of a large apartment, an electromagnet connected with one end, an electric current manifested at the other, having passed through the wire so quickly as to seem instantaneous. Mr. Morse's taste for science had not died out during his years of devotion to art. He listened with the most earnest attention to the doctor's narrative, and while he did so a large and promising idea came into being in his brain. "Why," he exclaimed, with much ardor of manner, "if that is so, and the presence of electricity can be made visible in any desired part of the circuit, I see no reason why intelligence should not be transmitted instantaneously by electricity." "How convenient it would be if we could send news in that manner!" chimed in one of the passengers. "Why can't we?" exclaimed Morse. Why not, indeed? The idea probably died in the minds of most of the persons present within 5 minutes. But Samuel Morse was not one of the men who let ideas die. This one haunted him day and night. He thought of it and dreamed of it. In those days of deliberate travel time hung heavily on the hands of transatlantic passengers, despite the partial diversions of eating and sleeping. The ocean grew monotonous, the vessel monotonous, the passengers monotonous, everything monotonous except that idea, and that grew and spread till its fibers filled every nook and cranny of the inventive brain that had taken it in to bed and board. Morse had abundance of the native Yankee faculty of invention. To do had been plain enough from the start. How to do was the question to be solved. But before the Sully steamed into New York harbor the solution had been reached. In the mind of the inventor, and in graphic words and drawings on paper, were laid down the leading features of that telegraphic method which is used to day in the great majority of the telegraph lines of the world. An alphabet of dots and marks, a revolving ribbon of paper to receive this alphabet, a method of enclosing the wires in tubes which were to be buried underground, were the leading features of the device as first thought of. The last conception was quickly followed by that of supporting the wires in the air, but Morse clung to his original fancy for burying them, a fancy which, it may be here said, is coming again into vogue in these latter days, so far as cities are concerned. It is not meant to be implied that the idea of sending news by electricity was original with Morse. Others had had it before him. More than half a century before, Dr. Franklin and some friends had stretched a wire across the Schuylkill River and killed a turkey on the other side by electricity. As they ate this turkey, it is quite possible that they imbibed with it the idea of making this marvelous agent do other work than killing fowl for dinner, and from that time on it is likely that many had speculated on the possibility of sending intelligence by wire. Some experiments had been made, and with a certain degree of success, but time still waited for the hour and the man, and the hour and the man met in that fertile October day in the cabin of the Sully. "If it can go 10 miles without stopping, I can make it go round the world," said Morse to his fellow passengers, his imagination expanding in the ardor of his new idea. "Well, captain," he said, with a laugh, on leaving the ship, "should you hear of the telegraph one of these days as the wonder of the world, remember that the discovery was made on board the good ship Sully." The inventor, indeed, was possessed with his new conceptions, mad with an idea, as we may say, and glad to set foot once more on shore, that he might put his plans in practice. This proved no easy task. He was none too well provided with funds, and the need of making a living was the first necessity that presented itself to him. He experimented as much as he was able, but 3 years passed before his efforts yielded a satisfactory result. Then, with a circuit of 1,700 feet of wire and a wooden clock, adapted by himself to suit his purpose, he managed to send a message from end to end of this wire. It was not very legible. He could make some sense of it, his friends could not. But all were much interested in the experiment. Many persons witnessed these results, as shown in a large room of the New York University in 1837. They seemed wonderful. Much was said about them. But nobody seemed to believe that the apparatus was more than a curious and unprofitable toy, and capitalists buttoned their pockets when the question of backing up this wild inventor's fancy with money was broached. But by this time Mr. Morse was a complete captive to his idea. Body and soul he was its slave. The question of daily fare became secondary, that of driving his idea over and through all obstacles became primary. His business as an artist was neglected. He fell into want, into almost abject poverty. For 24 hours he went without food. But not for a moment did he lose faith in his invention, or remit his efforts to find a capitalist with sufficient confidence in him to risk his money in it. Failing with the private rich, he tried to obtain public support, went to Washington in 1838, exhibited his apparatus to interested Congressmen, and petitioned for enough money from the public purse to build a line from Baltimore to Washington, 40 miles only. It is traditionally slow work in getting a bill through Congress. Weary with waiting, Morse went to Europe to try his new seed in that old soil. It failed to germinate abroad as it had at home. Men with money acknowledged that the idea was a scientific success, but could not believe that it might be made a business success. What would people care for instantaneous news, they said. Some might, it is true, but the great mass would be content to wait for their news in the good old way. To lay miles of wire in the earth is to bury a large treasure in money. We cannot see our way clear to getting it back again out of the pockets of the public. Your wires work, Mr. Morse, but from a business point of view there's more cost than profit in the idea." It may be that these exact words were not spoken, but the answer of Europe was near enough to this to send the inventor home disappointed. He began again his weary waiting on the slowly revolving wheels of the Congressional machinery. March 3, 1843, came. It was the last day of the session. With the stroke of midnight on that day the existing Congress would die and a new one be born, with which the weary work of the education of Congressmen would have to be gone over again. The inventor had been given half a loaf. His bill had been passed on February 23 in the House. All day of March 3 he hung about the Senate chamber petitioning, where possible, for the other half of his loaf, faintly hoping that in the last will and testament of the expiring Congress some small legacy might be left for him. Evening came. The clock hands circled rapidly round. Pressure of bills and confusion of legislation grew greater minute by minute. The floodgates of the deluge are lifted upon Congress in its last hours, and business pours onward in such an overwhelming fashion that small private petitioners can scarcely hope that the doors of the ark of safety will be opened to their petty claims. Morse hung about the chamber until the midnight hour was almost ready to strike. Every moment confusion seemed to grow worse confounded. The work of a month of easy going legislation was being compressed into an hour of haste and excitement. The inventor at last left the Capitol, a saddened and disappointed man, and made his way home, the last shreds of hope seeming to drop from him as he went. He was almost ready to give up the fight and devote himself for the future solely to brush and pencil. He slept but poorly that night, and rose the next morning still depressed and gloomy. He appeared at the breakfast table with a face from which the very color of ambition seemed to have been washed out. As he entered the room he was met by a young lady, Miss Annie G. Ellsworth, daughter of the Commissioner of Patents. The smile on her beaming face was in striking contrast to the gloom on his downcast countenance. "I have come to congratulate you, Mr. Morse," she said, cheerily. "For what, my dear friend?" "For the passage of your bill." What! He gazed at her amazement. Could she be attempting a foolish and cruel jest? "The passage of my bill!" he faltered. "Yes. Do you not know of it?" "No." "Then you came home too early last night, and I am happy in being the first to bring you the good news. Congress has granted your claim." It was true. He had been remembered in the will of the expiring Congress. In the last hour of the Senate, amid the roar of the deluge of public business, his small demand had floated into sight, and $30,000 had been voted him for the construction of an experimental telegraph line. "You have given me new life, Miss Ellsworth," he said. "As a reward for your good tidings, I promise you that when my telegraph line is completed, you shall have the honor of choosing the first message to be sent over it." The inventor was highly elated, and not without reason. Since the morning of the conversation on the ship Sully, 11½ years had passed. They had been years of such struggle against poverty and discouragement as only a man who is the slave of an idea has the hardihood to endure. The annals of invention contain many such instances, more perhaps than can be found in any other channel of human effort. To complete our story, we have to bring another inventor upon the stage. This was Ezra Cornell, memorable to day as the founder of Cornell University, a man at that time unknown, but filled with inventive ideas, and ready to undertake any task that might offer itself, from digging a well to boring a mountain tunnel. One day Mr. Cornell, who was at that time occupying the humble position of traveling agent for a patent plow, called at the office of an agricultural newspaper in Portland, Maine. He found the editor on his knees, a piece of chalk in his hand and parts of a plow by his side, making drawings on the floor, and trying to explain something to a plowmaker beside him. The editor looked up at his visitor, and an expression of relief replaced the perplexity on his face. "Cornell," he cried, "you're the very man I wanted to see. I want a scraper made, and I can't make Robinson here see into my idea. You can understand it, and make it for me, too." "What is your scraper to do?" asked Cornell. Mr. Smith, the editor, rose from his knees and explained. A line of telegraph was to be built from Baltimore to Washington. Congress had granted the money. He had taken the contract from Professor Morse to lay the tube in which the wire was to be placed. He had made a bad bargain, he feared. The job was going to cost more than he had calculated on. He was trying to invent something that would dig the ditch, and fill in the dirt again after the pipe was laid. Cornell listened to him, questioned him, found out the size of the pipe and the depth of the ditch, then sat down and passed some minutes in hard thinking. Finally he said, "You are on the wrong tack. You don't want either a ditch or a scraper." He took a pencil, and in a few minutes outlined a machine which he said would cut a trench 2 feet deep, lay the pipe at its bottom, and cover the earth in behind it. The motive power need be only a team of oxen or mules. These creatures had but to trudge slowly onward; the machine would do its work faithfully behind them. "Come, come, this is impossible!" cried Editor Smith. "I'll wager my head it can be done, and I can do it," replied inventor Cornell. He laid a large premium on his confidence in his idea, promising that if his machine would not work he would ask no money for it. But if it succeeded he was to be well paid. Smith agreed to these terms, and Cornell went to work. In 10 days the machine was built and ready for trial. A yoke of oxen was attached to it, 3 men managed it, and in the first 5 minutes it had laid 100 feet of pipe and covered it with earth. It was a decided success. Mr. Smith had contracted to lay the pipe for $100 a mile. A short calculation proved to him that with the aid of Ezra Cornell's machine $90 of this would be profit. But the shrewd editor did not feel like risking Cornell's machine in any hands but those of the inventor. He made him a profitable offer if he would go to Baltimore and take charge of the job himself. It would pay better than selling patent plows. Cornell agreed to go. Reaching Baltimore, he met Professor Morse. They had never met before. Their future lives were to be closely associated. In the conversation that ensued, Morse explained what he proposed to do. An electric wire might either be laid underground or carried through the air. He had decided on the underground system, the wire being coated by an insulating compound and drawn through a pipe. Cornell questioned him closely, got a clear idea of the scheme, saw the pipe that was to be used, and expressed doubts of its working. "It will work, for it has worked," said Morse. "While I have been fighting Congress, inventors in Europe have been experimenting with the telegraphic idea. Short lines have been laid in England and elsewhere, in which the wire is carried in buried pipes. They had been successful. What can be done in Europe can be done in America." What Morse said was a fact. While he had been pushing his telegraph conception in America, it had been tried successfully in Europe. But the system adopted there, of vibrating needle signals, was so greatly inferior to the Morse system that it was destined in the future to be almost or quite set aside by the latter. To day the Morse system and alphabet are used in much the greater number of the telegraph offices of the world. But to return to our story. Cornell went to work, and the pipe with its interior wire was laid with much rapidity. Not many days had elapsed before 10 miles were under ground, the pipe being neatly covered as laid. It reached from Baltimore nearly to the relay house. Here it stopped, for something had gone wrong. Morse tested his wire. It would not work. No trace of an electric current could be got through it. The insulation was evidently imperfect. What was to be done? He would be charged with wasting the public money on an impracticable experiment. Yet if he stopped, he might expect a roar of newspaper disapprobation on his whole scheme. He was in a serious dilemma. How should he escape? He sought Cornell and told him of the failure of his experiments. The work must be stopped. He must try other kinds of pipe, and new methods of insulation; but if the public should suspect failure, there would be vials of wrath poured on their devoted heads. "The public should not suspect failure. Leave it to me," said Cornell. He turned to his men. The machine was slowly moving forward, drawn by a team of 8 mules, depositing pipe as it went. A section had just been laid. Night was at hand. "Hurry up, boys!" cried Cornell, cheerily. "We must lay another length before we quit." He grasped the handles of his plow like machine. The drivers stirred up the mules to a lively pace; the contrivance went merrily forward. But the cunning pilot knew what he was about. He steered the buried point of the machine against a rock that just protruded from the earth. In an instant there was a shock, a sound of rending wood and iron, a noise of shouting and trampling, and then the line of mules came to a halt. But behind them were only the ruins of a machine. That moment's work had converted the pipe laying contrivance into kindling wood and scrap iron. The public condoled with the inventor. It was so unlucky that his promising progress should be stopped by such an accident. As for Morse and his cunning associate, they smiled quietly to themselves as they went on with their experiments. Another kind of pipe was tried. Still the current would not go through. A year passed by. Experiment after experiment had been made. All had proved failures. $23,000 of the money had been spent. Only $7,000 remained. The inventor was on the verge of despair. "I am afraid it will never work," said Cornell. "It looks bad for the pipe plan." "Then let us try the other," said Morse. "If the current won't go underground, it may be coaxed to go above ground." The plan suggested was to string the wire upon poles, insulating it from the wood by some non conductor. A suitable insulator was needed. Cornell devised one; another inventor produced another. Morse approved of the latter, started for New York with it to make arrangements for its manufacture, and on his way met Professor Henry, who knew more about electricity than any other man in the country. Morse showed him the models of the two insulators, and indicated the one he had chosen. Mr. Henry examined them closely. "You are mistaken," he said. "That one won't work. This is the insulator you need." He pointed to Cornell's device. In a few words he gave his reasons. Morse saw that he was right. The Cornell insulator was chosen, and now the work went forward with great rapidity. The planting of poles and stringing of wires over a glass insulator at their tops was an easy and rapid process. And more encouraging still, the thing worked to a charm. There was no trouble now in obtaining signals from the wire. The first public proof of the system was made on May 11, 1844. On that day the Whig National Convention, then in session at Baltimore, had nominated Henry Clay for the presidency. The telegraph was being built from the Washington end, and was yet miles distant from Baltimore. The first railroad train from Baltimore carried passengers who were eager to tell the tidings to their Washington friends; but it carried also an agent of Professor Morse, who brought the news to the inventor at the unfinished end of the telegraph. From that point he sent it over the wire to Washington. It was successfully received at the Washington end, and never were human beings more surprised than were the train passengers on alighting at the capital city to find that they brought stale news, and that Clay's nomination was already known throughout Washington. It was the first public proof in America of the powers of the telegraph, and certainly a vital and convincing one. Before the 24th of May the telegraph line to Baltimore was completed, the tests successfully made, and all was ready for the public exhibition of its marvelous powers, which had been fixed for that day. Miss Ellsworth, in compliance with the inventor's promise made her more than a year before, was given the privilege of choosing the first message to go over the magic wires. She selected the appropriate message from Scriptures: "What hath God wrought?" With these significant words began the reign of that marvelous invention which has wrought so wonderfully in binding the ends of the earth together and making one family of mankind. There were difficulties still in the way of the inventor, severe ones. His after life lay in no bed of roses. His patents were violated, his honor was questioned, even his integrity was assailed. Rival companies stole his business, and lawsuits made his life a burden. He won at last, but failed to have the success of his associate, Mr. Cornell, who grew in time very wealthy from his telegraphic enterprises. As regards the Morse system of telegraphy, it may be said in conclusion that over 100 devices have been invented to supersede it, but that it holds its own, triumphant over them all. The inventor wrought with his brain to good purpose in those days and nights of mental discipline above the Atlantic waves and on board the good ship Sully. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 22. The Monitor and the Merrimac. On the 9th of March, 1862, for the first time in human history, two iron-clad ships met in battle. The occasion was a memorable one, and its story is well worthy of being retold in our cycle of historic events. For centuries, for thousands of years, in truth, wooden vessels had been struggling for the mastery of the seas. With the first shot fired from the turret of the Monitor at the roof-like sides of the Merrimac, in the early morning of the day named, the long reign of wooden war vessels ended, that of iron monarchs of the deep began. England could no more trust to her wooden walls for safety, and all the nations of Europe, when the echo of that shot reached their ears, felt that the ancient era of naval construction was at an end, and that the future navies of the world must ride the waves clad in massive armor of steel. On the 8th of March, indeed, this had been shown. On that day the Merrimac steamed down from Norfolk harbor into Hampton Roads, where lay a fleet of wooden men of war, some of them the largest sailing frigates then in the American navy. On shore soldiers were encamped, here Union, there Confederate, and the inmates of the camps, the garrison of Fortress Monroe, the crews of the ships at anchor under its guns, all gazed with eager eyes over the open waters of the bay, their interest in the coming contest as intense as Roman audience ever displayed for the life and death struggle in the gladiatorial arena. Before them lay a mightier amphitheater than that of the Coliseum, and before them was to be fought more notable struggle for life and death than ever took place within the walls of mighty Rome. It was in the afternoon of the 8th, about 1 o'clock, that the long roll sounded in the camps on shore, and the cry resounded from camp to camp, "The Merrimac is coming!" For several weeks she had been looked for, and preparations made for her reception. The frigates bore a powerful armament of heavy guns, ready to batter her iron-clad sides, and strong hopes were entertained that this modern leviathan would soon cease to trouble the deep. The lesson fixed by fate for that day had not yet been learned. Down the bay she came, looking at a distance like a flood-born house, its sides drowned, only its sloping roof visible. The strange appearing craft moved slowly, accompanied by two small gunboats as tenders. As she came near, no signs of life were visible, while her iron sides displayed no evidence of guns. Yet within that threatening monster was a crew of 300 men, and her armament embraced 10 heavy cannon. Hinged lids closed the gun ports, raised only when the guns were thrust forward for firing. As for the men, they were hidden somewhere under that iron roof, to be felt but not seen. What followed has been told in song and story; it need be repeated here but in epitome. The first assault of the Merrimac was upon the Cumberland, a 30-gun frigate. Again and again the 30 heavy balls of the frigate rattled upon the impenetrable sides of the iron-clad monster, and bounded off uselessly into the deep. The Merrimac came on at full speed, as heedless of this fusillade as though she was being fired at with peas. As she approached, 2 heavy balls from her guns tore through the timbers of the Cumberland. They were followed by a stunning blow from her iron beak that opened a gaping wound in the defenseless side of her victim. Then she drew off, leaving her broken beak sticking in the ship's side, and began firing broadsides into the helpless frigate, raking her fore and aft with shell and grape, despite the fact that she had already got her death blow, and was rapidly filling with water. Never ship was fought more nobly than the doomed Cumberland. With the decks sinking under their feet, the men fought with unflinching courage. When the bow guns were under water, the rear guns were made to do double duty. The captain was called on to surrender. He sternly refused. The last shot was fired from a gun on a level with the waves. Then, with sails spread and flags flying, the Cumberland went down, carrying with her nearly 100 of her crew, the remainder swimming ashore. The water was deep, but the topmast of the doomed vessel still rose above the surface, with its pennant waving in the wind. For months afterwards that old flag continued to fly, as if to say, "The Cumberland sinks, but never surrenders." The Congress, a 50-gun frigate, was next attacked, and handled so severely that her commander ran her ashore, and soon after hoisted the white flag, destruction appearing inevitable. Boats were sent by the enemy to take possession, but a sharp fire from the shore drove them off. "Is this in accordance with military law?" asked one of the officers in the camp. "Since the ship has surrendered, has not the enemy the right to take possession of her?" This legal knot was quickly and decisively cut by General Mansfield in an unanswerable decision. "I know the damned ship has surrendered," he said, "but we haven't." And the firing continued. The Merrimac, not being able to seize her prize, opened fire with hot shot on the Congress, and quickly set her on fire. Night was now at hand, and the conquering ironclad drew off. The Congress continued to burn, her loaded guns roaring her requiem, one after another, as the fire spread along her decks. About 1 o'clock her magazine was reached, and she blew up with a tremendous explosion, the shock being so great as to prostrate many of those on the shore. So ended that momentous day. It had shown one thing conclusively, that wooden walls could no longer rule the wave. Iron had proved its superiority in naval construction. The next day was to behold another novel sight, the struggle of iron with iron. Morning came. The atmosphere was hazy. Only as the mist slowly lifted were the gladiators of that liquid arena successively made visible. Here, just above the water, defiantly floated the flag of the sunken Cumberland. There smoked the still burning hull of the Congress. Here, up the bay, steamed the Merrimac, with two attendants, the Yorktown and the Patrick Henry. Yonder lay the great hull of the steam frigate Minnesota, which had taken some part in the battle of the day before, but had unfortunately gone ashore on a mud bank, from which the utmost efforts failed to force her off. Other Union naval vessels were visible in the distance. The Merrimac made her way towards the Minnesota as towards a certain prey. Her commander felt confident that an hour or two would enable him to reduce this great vessel to the condition of her recent companions. Yet an odd sight met his vision. Alongside the Minnesota floated the strangest looking craft that human eye had ever gazed upon. An insignificant affair it appeared, a cheese box on a raft, it was irreverently designated. The deck, a level expanse of iron, came scarcely above the surface. Above it rose a circular turret, capable of being revolved, and with port holes for two great guns, among the largest up to that time used in naval warfare. How this odd contrivance came there so opportunely may be briefly told. It was the conception of John Ericsson, the eminent Swedish engineer, and was being rapidly built in New York while the Merrimac was being plated with thick iron bars in Norfolk. A contest for time took place between these two unlike craft. Spies were in both places to report progress. Fortunately the Monitor was finished a day or two before her competitor. Immediately she steamed away for Hampton Roads. The passage was a severe one. 3 days were consumed, during which the seas swept repeatedly over the low deck, the men being often half suffocated in their confined quarters, the turret alone standing above the water. As they approached Fortress Monroe the sound of cannonading was heard. Tarrying but a few minutes at the fort, the Monitor, as this odd vessel had been named, approached the Minnesota and reached her side at a late hour of the night. And now, with the new day, back to the fray came the Merrimac, looking like a giant in comparison with this dwarfish antagonist. As she approached, the little craft glided swiftly in front of her grounded consort, like a new David offering battle to a modern Goliath. As if in disdain of this puny antagonist, the Merrimac began an attack on the Minnesota. But when the two 11-inch guns of the Monitor opened fire, hurling solid balls of 168 pounds weight against the iron sides of her great opponent, it became at once evident that a new move had opened in the game, and that the Merrimac had no longer the best of the play. The fight that followed was an extraordinary one, and was gazed on with intense interest by the throng of spectators who crowded the shores of the bay. The Merrimac had no solid shot, as she had expected only wooden antagonists. Her shells were hurled upon the Monitor, but most of them missed their mark, and those that struck failed to do any injury. So small was the object fired at, that the great shells, as a rule, whirled uselessly by, and plunged hissing into the waves. The massive solid balls of the Monitor were far more effective. Nearly every one struck the broad sides of the Merrimac, breaking her armor in several places, and shattering the wood backing behind it. Many times the Merrimac tried to ram her small antagonist, and thus to rid herself of this teasing tormentor, but the active "cheese box" slipped agilely out of her way. The Monitor in turn tried to disable the screw of her opponent, but without success. Unable to do any harm to her dwarfish foe, the Merrimac now, as if in disdain, turned her attention to the Minnesota, hurling shells through her side. In return the frigate poured into her a whole broadside at close range. "It was enough," said the captain of the frigate afterwards, "to have blown out of the water any wooden ship in the world." It was wasted on the ironclad foe. This change of action did not please the captain of the Monitor. He thrust his vessel quickly between the two combatants, and assailed so sharply that the Merrimac steamed away. The Monitor followed. Suddenly the fugitive vessel turned, and, like an animal moved by an impulse of fury, rushed head on upon her tormentor. Her beak struck the flat iron deck so sharply as to be wrenched by the blow. The great hull seemed for the moment as if it would crowd the low lying vessel bodily beneath the waves. But no such result followed. The Monitor glided away unharmed. As she went she sent a ball against the Merrimac that seemed to crush in her armored sides. At 10 o'clock the Monitor steamed away as if in flight. The Merrimac now prepared to pay attention again to the Minnesota, her captain deeming that he had silenced his tormenting foe. He was mistaken. In half an hour the Monitor, having hoisted a new supply of balls into her turret, was back again, and for 2 hours more the strange battle continued. Then it came to an end. The Merrimac turned and ran away. She had need to. Those on shore saw that she was sagging down at the stern. The battle was over. The turreted ironclad had driven her great antagonist from the field, and won the victory. And thus ended one of the strangest and most notable naval combats in history. During the fight the Monitor had fired 41 shots, and been struck 22 times. Her greatest injury was the shattering of her pilot house. Her commander, Lieutenant Worden, was knocked senseless and temporarily blinded by the shock. On board the Merrimac 2 men were killed and 19 wounded. Her iron prow was gone, her armor broken and damaged, her steam pipe and smoke stack riddled, the muzzles of 2 of her guns shot away, while water made its way into her through more than one crevice. Back to Norfolk went the injured Merrimac. Here she was put into the dry dock and hastily repaired. After that had been done, she steamed down to the old fighting ground on 2 or 3 occasions and challenged her small antagonist. The Monitor did not accept the challenge. If any accident had happened to her, the rest of the fleet would have been lost, and it was deemed wisest to hold her back for emergencies. On the 10th of May the Confederates marched out of Norfolk. On the 11th the Merrimac was blown up, and only her disabled hull remained as a trophy to the victors. As to her condition and fighting powers, one of the engineers who had charge of the repairs upon her said: "A shot from the Monitor entered one of her ports, lodged in the backing of the other side, and so shivered her timbers that she never afterwards could be made seaworthy. She could not have been kept afloat for 12 hours, and her officers knew it when they went out and dared the Monitor to fight her. It was a case of pure bluff; we didn't hold a single pair." The combat we have recorded was perhaps the most important in the history of naval warfare. It marked a turning point in the construction of the monarchs of the deep by proving that the future battles of the sea must be fought behind iron walls. Chapter 23. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 23. Stealing a Locomotive. On a fine day in April, 1862, a passenger train drew out of Marietta, Georgia, bound north. Those were not days of abundant passenger travel in the South, except for those who wore the butternut uniform and carried muskets; but this train was well filled, and at Marietta a score of men in civilian dress had boarded the cars. Soldierly looking fellows these were, too, not the kind that were likely to escape long the clutch of the Confederate conscription. 8 miles north of Marietta the train stopped at the station of Big Shanty with the welcome announcement of "10 minutes for breakfast." Out from the train, like bees from the hive, swarmed the hungry passengers, and made their way with all speed to the lunch counter, followed more deliberately by conductor, engineer, and brakesman. The demands of the lunch counter are of universal potency. Few have the hardihood to resist them. That particular train was emptied in the first of its 10 minutes of grace. Yet breakfast did not seem to appeal to all upon the train. The Marietta group of civilians left the train with the others, but instead of seeking the refreshment room, turned their steps toward the locomotive. No one noticed them, though there was a Confederate camp hard by the station, well filled with raw recruits, and hardly a dozen steps from the engine a sentinel steadily walked his beat, rifle on shoulder. One of the men climbed into the engine. The sentinel paid no heed to him. Another slipped in between two cars, and pulled out a coupling pin. The sentinel failed to observe him. A group of others climbed quickly into an open box car. The sentinel looked at them, and walked serenely on. The last man of the party now strode rapidly up the platform, nodded to the one in the locomotive, and swung himself lightly into the cab. The sentinel turned at the end of his beat and walked back, just beginning to wonder what all this meant. Meanwhile famine was being rapidly appeased at the lunch counter within, and the not very luxurious display of food was vanishing like a field of wheat before an army of locusts. Suddenly the sharp report of a rifle rung with the warning sound in the air. The drowsy tenants of the camp sprang to their feet. The conductor hurried out to the platform. He had heard something besides the rifle shot, the grind of wheels on the track, and his eyes opened widely in alarm and astonishment as he saw that the train was broken in two, and half of it running away. The passenger cars stood where he had left them. The locomotive, with 3 box cars, was flying rapidly up the track. The sentinel, roused to a sense of the situation only when he saw the train in actual flight, had somewhat late given the alarm. The conductor's eyes opened very wide. The engine, under a full head of steam, was driving up the road. The locomotive had been stolen. Out from the refreshment room poured passengers and trainmen, filled with surprise and chagrin. What did it mean? What was to be done? There was no other engine within miles. How should these daring thieves ever be overtaken? Their capture seemed a forlorn hope. The conductor, wild with alarm and dreading reprimand, started up the track on foot, running as fast as his legs could carry him. A railroad mechanic named Murphy kept him company. To one with a love of humor it would have been an amusing sight to see 2 men on foot chasing a locomotive, but just then Conductor Fuller was not troubled about the opinion of men of humor. His one thought was to overtake his runaway locomotive, and he would have crawled after it if no better way appeared. Fortune comes to him who pursues her, not to him who waits her coming. The brace of locomotive chasers had not run down their strength before they were lucky enough to spy a hand car standing beside the track. Here was a gleam of hope. In a minute or two they had lifted it up on the rails. Springing within it, they applied themselves to the levers, and away they went at a more promising rate of speed. For a mile or two all went on swimmingly. Then sudden disaster came. The car struck a broken rail and was hurled headlong from the track, sending its occupants flying into the muddy roadside ditch. This was enough to discourage anybody with less go in him than Conductor Fuller. But in a moment he was on his feet trying his limbs. No bones were broken. A mud bath was the full measure of his misfortune. Murphy was equally sound. The car was none the worse. With scarce a minute's delay they sprang to it, righted it, and with some strong tugging lifted it upon the track. With very few minutes' delay they were away again, somewhat more cautiously than before, and sharply on the lookout for further gifts of broken rails from the runaways ahead. Leaving the pair of pursuers to their seemingly hopeless task, we must return to the score of locomotive pirates. These men, who had done such strange work at Big Shanty, were by no means what they seemed. They were clad in the butternut gray and the slouch hats of the Confederacy, but their ordinary attire was the blue uniform of the Union army. They were, in truth, a party of daring scouts, who had stealthily made their way south in disguise, their purpose being to steal a train, burn the bridges behind them as they fled, and thus make useless for a time the only railroad by which the Confederate authorities could send troops to Chattanooga, then threatened by the Union forces under General Mitchell. They had been remarkably successful, as we have seen, at the beginning of their enterprise. Making their way by devious routes to Marietta, they had gathered at that place, boarded a train, and started north. The rush of passengers and trainmen into the refreshment room at Big Shanty had been calculated upon. The presence of a Confederate camp at that out of the way station had not been. It might have proved fatal to their enterprise but for the stolid stupidity of the sentinel. But that peril had been met and passed; they were safely away; exhilaration filled their souls; all was safe behind, all seemed safe ahead. True, there was one peril close at hand. Beside the track ran that slender wire, a resting place it seemed for passing birds. In that outstretching wire their most imminent danger lurked. Fast as they might go, it could flash the news of their exploit a thousandfold faster. The flight of the lightning news bearer must be stopped. The train was halted a mile or two from the town, the pole climbed, the wire cut. Danger from this source was at an end. Halting long enough to tear up the rail to whose absence Conductor Fuller owed his somersault, they sprang to their places again, and the runaway train sped blithely on. Several times they stopped for wood and water. When any questions were asked they were answered by the companion of the engineer, James J. Andrews by name, a Union spy by profession, and the originator of and leader in this daring enterprise. "I am taking a trainload of powder to General Beauregard," was his stereotyped answer, as he pointed to the closed box cars behind him, within one of which lay concealed the bulk of his Confederates. For some time they went swimmingly on without delay or difficulty. Yet trouble was in the air, ill fortune awaiting them in front, pursuing them from behind. They had, by the fatality of unlucky chance, chosen the wrong day for their work. Yesterday they would have found a clear track; to day the road ahead was blocked with trains hurrying swiftly southward. At Kingston, 30 miles from Big Shanty, this trouble came upon them in a rush. A local train was to pass at that point. Andrews was well aware of this, and drew his train upon the siding to let it pass, expecting when it had gone to find the road clear to Chattanooga. The train came in on time, halted, and on its last car was seen waving the red danger flag, the railroad signal that another train was following close behind. Andrews looked at this with no friendly eyes. "How comes it," he asked the conductor, somewhat sharply, "that the road is blocked in this manner, when I have orders to take this powder to Beauregard without delay?" "Mitchell has taken Huntsville," answered the conductor. "They say he is coming to Chattanooga. We are getting everything out of there as quickly as we can." This looked serious. How many trains might there be in the rear? A badly blocked road meant ruin to their enterprise, and possibly death to themselves. They waited with intense anxiety, each minute of delay seeming to stretch almost into an hour. The next train came. They watched it pass with hopeful eyes. Ah! upon its rear floated that fatal red flag, the crimson emblem of death, as it seemed to them. The next train came. Still the red flag! Still hope deferred, danger coming near! An hour of frightful anxiety passed. It was torture to those upon the engine. It was agony to those in the box car, who knew nothing of the cause of this frightful delay, and to whom life itself must have seemed to have stopped. Andrews had to cast off every appearance of anxiety and to feign easy indifference, for the station people were showing somewhat too much curiosity about this train, whose crew were strangers, and concerning which the telegraph had sent them no advices. The practiced spy was full of resources, but their searching questions taxed him for satisfying answers. At length, after more than an hour's delay, the blockade was broken. A train passed destitute of the red flag. The relief was great. They had waited at that station like men with the hangman's rope upon their necks. Now the track to Chattanooga was clear, and success seemed assured. The train began to move. It slowly gathered speed. Up went hope in the hearts of those upon the engine. New life flowed in the veins of those within the car, as they heard the grinding sound on the rails beneath them, and felt the motion of their prison upon the wheels. Yet perilous possibilities were in their rear. Their delay at Kingston had been threateningly long. They must guard against pursuit. Stopping the train and seizing their tools, they sprang out to tear up a rail. Suddenly, as they worked at this, a sound met their ears that almost caused them to drop their tools in dismay. It was the far off bugle blast of a locomotive whistle sounding from the direction from which they had come. The Confederates, then, were on their track! They had failed to distance pursuit! The delay at Kingston had given their enemies the needed time! Nervous with alarm, they worked like giants. The rail yielded slightly. It bent. A few minutes more and it would be torn from its fastenings. A few minutes! Not a minute could be spared for this vital work. For just then the whistle shrieked again, now close at hand. The rattle of wheels could be heard in the distance, and round a curve behind them came a locomotive speeding up the road with what seemed frantic haste, and filled with armed men who shouted in triumph at sight of the dismayed fugitives. It was too late to finish their work. Nothing remained to the raiders but to spring to their engine and cars and fly for life. We have seen the beginnings of this pursuit. We must now go back to trace the doings of the forlorn hope of pursuers, Fuller and his companion. After their adventure with the broken rail, that brace of worthies pushed on in their hand car till the station of Etowah was reached. Here, by good fortune for them, an engine stood with steam up, ready for the road. Fuller viewed it with eyes of hope. The game, he felt, was in his hands, for he knew what the raiders had not known, that the road in advance would be blocked that day with special trains, and on a one tracked road special trains are an impassable obstacle. There were soldiers at Etowah. Fuller's story of the daring trick of the Yankees gave him plenty of volunteers. He filled the locomotive and its cab with eager allies, and drove on at the greatest speed of which his engine was capable, hoping to overtake the fugitives at Kingston. He reached that place; they were not there. Hurried questions taught him that they were barely gone, with very few minutes the start. Away he went again, sending his alarm whistle far down the road in his front. The race was now one for life or death. Andrews and his men well knew what would be their fate if they were caught. They dared not stop and fight. Their only arms were revolvers, and they were outnumbered by their armed foes. Their only hope lay in flight. Away they went; on came their shouting pursuers; over the track thundered both locomotives at frightening speed. The partly raised rail proved no obstacle to the pursuers. They were over it with a jolt and a jump, and away on the smooth track ahead. If the fugitives could have halted long enough to tear up a rail or burn a bridge, all might have been well, but that would have taken more minutes than they had to spare. A shrewd idea came into Andrew's fertile mind. The three box cars behind him were a useless load. One of them might be usefully spared. The rear car of the train was uncoupled and left behind, with the hope that the pursuers might unwittingly dash into it and be wrecked. On they went, leaving a car standing on the track. Fortunately for the Confederates, they saw the obstruction in time to prepare for it. Their engine was slowed up, and the car caught and pushed before it. Andrews tried the device a second time, another car being dropped. It was picked up by Fuller in the same manner as before. On reaching a siding at Resaca Station, the Confederate engineer switched off these supernumerary cars, and pushed ahead again, relieved of his load. Not far beyond was a bridge which the raiders had intended to destroy. It could not be done. The pursuit was too sharp. They dashed on over its creaking planks, having time for nothing but headlong flight. The race was a remarkably even one, the engines proving to be closely matched in speed. Fuller, despite all his efforts, failed to overtake the fugitives, but he was resolved to push them so sharply that they would have no time to damage track or bridges, or take on wood or water. In the latter necessity Andrews got the better of him. His men knocked out the end of the one box car they had left, and dropped the ties with which it was loaded one by one upon the track, delaying the pursuers sufficiently to enable them to take on some fresh fuel. Onward again went the chase, mile after mile, over a rough track, at a frightful speed, the people along the route looking on with wondering eyes. It seemed marvelous that the engines could cling to those unevenly laid rails. The escape of the pursuers was, indeed, almost miraculous, for Andrews found time to stop just beyond a curve and lay a loose rail on the track, and Fuller's engine ran upon this at full speed. There came a terrific jolt; the engine seemed to leap into the air, but by a marvelous chance it lighted again on the rails and ran on unharmed. Had it missed the track, not a man on it would have lived to tell the tale. The position of the fugitives was now desperate. Some of them wished to leave the engine, reverse its valves, and send it back at full speed to meet the foe. Others suggested that they should face the enemy and fight with their lives. Andrews was not ready to accept either of these plans. He decided to go on and do the work for which they had set out, if possible. He knew the road. There was a covered bridge a few miles ahead. If they could burn this, all would be well. He determined to try. There was one box car left, that might serve his purpose. He had his men pile wood on its floor, light this with coals from the engine. In a minute it was burning. The draught made by the rushing train soon blew the fire into a roaring flame. By the time the bridge was reached, the whole car was in a fierce blaze. Andrew slowed up and uncoupled this blazing car on the bridge. He stopped the engine just beyond, and he and his companions watched it hopefully. The flames curled fiercely upward. Dense smoke poured out at each end of the covered bridge. Success seemed to be at length in their hands. But the flames failed to do their work. The roof of the bridge had been soaked by recent rains, and resisted the blazing heat. The roaring flames were uselessly licking the wet timbers when the pursuing engine came dashing up. Fuller did not hesitate for a minute. He had the heart of a soldier in the frame of a conductor. Into the blinding smoke his engine was daringly driven, and in a minute it had caught the blazing car, and it was pushing it forward. A minute more and it rolled into the open air, and the bridge was saved. Its timbers had stubbornly refused to burn. This ended the hopes of the fugitives. They had exhausted their means of checking pursuit. Their woods had been all consumed in the fruitless effort. Their steam was rapidly going down. They had played their last card, and lost the game. The men sprang from the slowed-up engine. The engineer reversed its valves, and followed them. Into the fields they rushed, and ran in all directions, their only hope being now in their own powers of flight. As they sped away, the engines met, but without damage. The steam in the stolen engine had so fallen that it was incapable of doing harm. The other engine had been stopped, and the pursuers were springing agilely to the ground, and hurrying into the fields in hot chase. Pursuit through field and forest was as keen and unrelenting as it had been over iron rails. The Union lines were not far distant, yet not a man of the fugitives succeeded in reaching them. The alarm spread with great rapidity. The whole surrounding country was up in pursuit, and before that day ended several of the daring raiders were prisoners in Confederate hands. The others buried themselves in woods and swamps, lived on roots and berries, and ventured from their hiding places only at night. Yet they were hunted with unwearying persistence, and by the end of a week all but 2 had been captured. These 2 had so successfully eluded pursuit that they fancied themselves out of danger, and became somewhat careless in consequence. As a result, in a few days more they too fell into the hands of their foes. A court martial was convened. The attempt had been so daring and so nearly successful, the injury intended so great, and the whole affair so threatening, that the Confederate military authorities could not think of leniency. Andrews and 7 of his companions were condemned to death, and hung. Their graves may be seen to day in the Soldiers' Cemetery at Chattanooga, monuments to one of the most daring and reckless enterprises in the history of the Civil War. The others were imprisoned. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 24. An Escape from Libby Prison. During the winter of 1864, certain highly interesting operations were going on in the underground region of the noted Libby Prison, at Richmond, Virginia, at that time the by no means luxurious or agreeable home of some 1,100 officers of the United States Army. These operations, by means of which numerous captives were to make their way to fresh air and freedom, are abundantly worthy of being told, as an evidence of the ingenuity of man and the amount of labor and hardship he is willing to give in exchange for liberty. Libby Prison was certainly not of palatial dimensions or accommodations. Before the war it had been a tobacco warehouse, situated close by the Lynchburg Canal, and a short distance from James River, whose waters ran by in full view of the longing eyes which gazed upon them from the close-barred prison windows. For the story which we have to tell, some description of the make-up of this place of detention is a necessary preliminary. The building was 3 stories high in front and 4 in the rear, its dimensions being 165 by 105 feet. It was strongly built of brick and stone, while very thick partition walls of brick divided it internally into 3 sections. Each section had its cellar, one of them, with which we are particularly concerned, being unoccupied. The others were occasionally used. The first floor had three apartments, one used by the prison authorities, one as a hospital, while the middle one served the prisoners as a cooking and dining room. The second and third stories were the quarters of the prisoners, where, in 7 rooms, more than 1,100 United States officers ate, slept, and did all the duties of life for many months. It may even be said that they enjoyed some of the pleasures of life; for though the discipline was harsh and the food scanty and poor, man's love of enjoyment is not easily to be repressed, and what with occasional minstrel and theatrical entertainments among themselves, fencing exercises with wooden swords, games of cards, checkers and chess, study of languages, military tactics, etc., and other entertainments and pastimes, they managed somewhat to overcome the monotony of prison life and the hardship of prison discipline. As regards chances of escape, they were poor. A strong guard constantly surrounded the prison, and such attempts at escape as were made were rarely successful. The only one that had measurable success is that which we have to describe, in which a body of prisoners played the role of rats or beavers, and got out of Libby by an underground route. The tunnel enterprise was the project of a few choice spirits only. It was too perilous to confide to many. The disused cellar was chosen as the avenue of escape. It was never visited, and might be used with safety. But how to get there was a difficult question to solve, and how to hide the fact that men were absent from roll call was another. The latter difficulty was got over by several expedients. If Lieutenant Jones, for instance, was at work in the tunnel, Captain Smith would answer for him; then, when Smith was pronounced absent, he would step forward and declare that he had answered to his own name. His presence served as sure proof that he had not been absent. Other and still more ingenious methods were at times adopted, and the authorities were completely hoodwinked in this particular. And now as regards the difficulty of entering the cellar. The cooking room on the first floor contained in its thick brick and stone partition a fireplace, in front of which, partly masking it, 3 stoves were placed for the cooking operations of the prisoners. The floor of this fireplace was chosen as the initial point of excavation, from which a sloping passage might be made under the floor of the next room into the disused cellar. Captain Hamilton, a stone mason by trade, began the excavation, removing the first brick and stone from the fireplace. It need scarcely be said that this work was done only at night, and with as little noise as possible. By day the opening was carefully closed, the bricks and stones being so ingeniously replaced that no signs of disturbance appeared. Thick as the wall was, a passage was quickly made through it, presenting an easy route to the cellar below. As for this cellar, it was dark, rarely or never opened, and contained only some old boxes, boards, straw, and the like debris, and an abundance of rats. The cellar reached, and the route to it carefully concealed by day alike from the prison authorities and the prisoners not in the secret, the question of the tunnel followed. There were 2 possible routes. One of these led southward towards the canal, the other eastward under a narrow street, on the opposite side of which was a yard and a stable, with a high board fence on the street side. The opposite side of the yard faced a warehouse. A tunnel was commenced towards the canal, but it quickly struck a sewer whose odor was more than the workers could endure. It was abandoned and a tunnel begun eastward, the most difficult part of it being to make an opening in the thick foundation wall. The hope of liberty, however, will bear man up through the most exhausting labors, and this fatiguing task was at length successfully performed. The remainder of the excavation was through earth, and was easier, though much the reverse of easy. A few words will tell what was to be done, and how it was accomplished. The tunnel began near the floor of the cellar, 8 or 9 feet underground. Its length would need to be 70 or 80 feet. Only one man could work in it at a time, and this he had to do while crawling forward with his face downward, and with such tools as pocket knives, small hatchets, sharp pieces of wood, and a broken fire shovel. After the opening had made some progress, 2 men could work in it, one digging, the other carrying back the earth, for which work frying pans were brought into use. Another point of some little importance was the disposal of the dirt. This was carelessly scattered over the cellar floor, with straw thrown over it, and some of it placed in boxes and barrels. The whole amount was not great, and not likely to be noticed if the officials should happen to enter the cellar, which had not been cleaned for years. The work here described was begun in the latter part of January, 1864. So diligently was it prosecuted that the tunnel was pronounced finished on the night of February the 8th. During this period only 2 or 3 men could work at once. It was, indeed, frightfully exhausting labor, the confinement of the narrow passage, and the difficulty of breathing in its foul air, being not the least of the hardships to be endured. Work was prosecuted during part of the period night and day, and the absence of a man from roll call being concealed in various ways, as already mentioned. The secret had been kept well, but not too well. Some workers had divulged it to their friends. Others of the prisoners had discovered that something was going on, and had been let into the affair on a pledge of secrecy. By the time the tunnel was completed, its existence was known to something more than 100 out of the 1100 prisoners. These were all placed on their word of honor to give no hint of the enterprise. The night of February 8th was signalized by the opening of the outward end of the tunnel. A passage was dug upwards, and an opening made sufficiently large to permit the worker to take a look outward into the midnight air. What he saw gave him a frightful shock. The distance had been miscalculated, the opening was on the wrong side of the fence. There, in full sight, was one of the sentinels, pacing his beat with loaded musket. Here was a situation that needed nerve and alertness. The protruded head was quickly withdrawn, and the earth which had been removed rapidly replaced, it being packed as tightly as possible from below to prevent its falling in. Word of the perilous error was sent back, and as the whisper passed from ear to ear, every heart throbbed with a nervous shock. They had barely escaped losing the benefit of their weeks of exhausting labor. The opening had been made at the outward edge of the fence. The tunnel was now run 2 feet farther, and an opening again made. It was now on the inside of the fence, and in a safe place, for the stable adjoining the yard was disused. The evening of the 9th was that fixed upon for flight. At a little after 9 o'clock the exodus began. Those in the secret made their way to the cooking room. The fireplace passage was opened, and such was the haste to avail themselves of it that the men almost struggled for precedence. Rules had been made, but no order could be kept. Silence reigned, however. No voice was raised above a whisper, every footstep was made as light as possible. It had been decided that 50 men should leave that night, and 50 the next, the prison clerk being deceived at roll call by an artifice which had been practised more than once before, that of men leaving one end of the line and regaining the other unseen, to answer to the names of the others. But the risk of discovery was too great, every man wanted to be among the first. It proved impossible to restrain the anxious prisoners. Down into the cellar passed a long line of descending men, dropping to its floor in rapid succession. Around the mouth of the tunnel a dense crowd gathered, but here only one man was allowed to pass at a time, on account of the bad air. The noise made in passing through told those behind how long the tunnel was occupied. The instant the noise ceased, another plunged in. The passage was no easy one. The tunnel was little more than wide enough to contain a man's body, and progress had to be made by kicking and scrambling forward. 2 or 3 minutes, however, sufficed for the journey, the one who had last emerged helping his companion to the upper air. Here was a carriage-way fronting southward, and leading into Canal Street, which ran along the Lynchburg Canal. 4 guards paced along the south side of the prison within plain view. The risk was great. On emerging from the carriage-way the fugitives would be in full sight of these guards, but the risk must be taken. Watching the street for a moment, in which it was comparatively clear, one by one they passed out, and walked deliberately along the canal in the direction away from the prison, like ordinary passers. This dangerous space was crossed with remarkable good fortune. If the guards noticed them at all, they must have taken them for ordinary citizens. The unusual number of passers on that retired street, nearly the whole night long, does not seem to have attracted the attention of any of the guards. 109 escaped in all, yet not a man of them was challenged. Canal Street once left, the first breath of relief was drawn. Those who early escaped soon found themselves in well-lighted streets, many of the shops still open, and numerous citizens and soldiers promenading. No one took notice of the fugitives, who strolled along the streets in small groups, laughing and talking on indifferent subjects, and with no sign of haste, directing their steps towards the outskirts of the city. As to what followed, there are almost as many adventures to relate as there were persons who escaped. We shall confine ourselves to the narrative of one of them, Captain Earl, from whose story the particulars above given have been condensed. With him was one companion, Captain Charles E. Rowan. They had provided themselves with a small quantity of food, but had no definite plans. It quickly occurred to them, however, that they had better make their way down the peninsula toward Fortress Monroe, as the nearest locality where Union troops could probably be found. With the polar star for guide they set out, having left the perilous precincts of the city in their rear. To travel by night, to hide by day, was their chosen plan. The end of their first night's journey found them in the vicinity of a swamp, some 5 miles from Richmond. Here, hid behind a screen of brushwood and evergreen bushes, they spent the long and anxious day, within hearing of the noises of the camps around the city, but without discovery. A day had made a gratifying change in their situation. The day before they had been prisoners, with no apparent prospect of freedom for months. This day they were free, even if in a far from agreeable situation. Liberty solaced them for the weariness of that day's anxious vigil. How long they would remain free was the burning question of the hour. They were surrounded with perils. Could they hope to pass through them in safety? This only the event could tell. The wintry cold was one of their difficulties. Their meagre stock of food was another. They divided this up into very small rations, with the hopes that they could make it last for 6 days. The second night they moved in an easterly direction, and near morning ventured to approach a small cabin, which proved to be, as they had hoped, occupied by a negro. He gave them directions as to their course, and all the food he had, a small piece of pone bread. That day they suffered much in their hiding place from the cold. That night, avoiding roads, they made their way through swamp and thicket, finding themselves in the morning chilled with wet clothing and torn by briars. Near morning of the third night they reached what seemed to be a swamp. They concluded to rest on its borders till dawn, and then pass through it. Sleep came to them here. When they wakened it was full day, and an agreeable surprise greeted their eyes. What they supposed to be a swamp proved to be the Chickahominy river. The prospect of meeting this stream had given them much mental anxiety. Captain Rowan couldn't swim. Captain Earl had no desire to do so, in February. How it was to be crossed had troubled them greatly. As they opened their eyes now, the problem was solved. There lay a fallen tree, neatly bridging the narrow stream. In less than 5 minutes they were safely on the other side of this dreaded obstacle, and with far better prospects than they had dreamed of a few hours before. By the end of the fourth night they found that their 6 days' stock of food was exhausted, and their strength almost gone. Their only hope of food now lay in confiscating a chicken from the vicinity of some farmhouse, and eating it raw. For this purpose they cautiously approached the outbuildings of a farmhouse. Here, while secretly scouting for the desired chicken, they were discovered by a negro. They had no need to fear him. There is no case on record of a negro betraying an escaped prisoner into the hands of the enemy. The sympathy of these dusky captives to slavery could be safely counted upon, and many a fugitive owed to them his safety from recapture. "Glad to see you, gen'lemen," he cried courteously. "You's Yankee officers, 'scaped from prison. It's all right with me, gen'lemen. Come dis way. You's got to be look after." The kindly sympathy of this dusky friend was so evident that they followed him without a thought of treachery. He led them to his cabin, where a blazing fire in an old fashioned fireplace quickly restored that sense of the comfort of warmth which they had for days lost. Several colored people were present, who surrounded and questioned them with the warmest sympathy. A guard was posted to prevent surprise, and the old mammy of the family hastened to prepare what seemed to be the most delicious meal they had ever tasted. The corn bread pones vanished down their throats as fast as she could take them from the hot ashes in which they were baked. The cabbage fried in a skillet tasted like ambrosia. The meat no game could surpass in flavor, and an additional zest was added to it by their fancy that it had been furnished by the slaveholders' pantry. They had partaken of many sumptuous meals, but nothing to equal that set before them on the hospitable table of their dusky hosts. They were new men, with new courage, when they at length set out again, fully informed as to their route. On they went through the cold, following the difficult paths which they chose in preference to traveled roads, while the dogs, for the peninsula seemed to them to be principally peopled by dogs, by their unceasing chorus of barks, right, left, and in front, kept them in a state of nervous exasperation. Many times did they turn from their course through fear of detection from these vociferous guardians of the night. On the 5th day they were visited in their place of concealment by a snowstorm. Their suffering from cold now became so intolerable that they could not remain at rest, and they resumed their route about 4 o'clock. 2 hours they went, and then, to their complete discouragement, found themselves back again at their starting point, and cold, wet, tired, and hungry into the bargain. As they stood there, expressing in very plain language their opinion of Dame Fortune, a covered cart approached. Taking it for granted that the driver was a negro, they hailed him, but to their dismay found that they had halted a white man. There was but one thing to do. They told him that they were Confederate scouts, and asked him for information about the Yankee outposts. A short conference ensued, which ended in their discovering that they were talking to a man of strong Union sympathies, and as likely to befriend them as the negroes. This was a hopeful discovery. They now freely told him who they really were, and in return received valuable information as to roads, being told in addition where they could find a negro family who would give them food. "If you can keep out of the way of rebel scouts for 24 hours more," he continued, "you will very likely come across some of your own troops. But you are on very dangerous ground. Here is the scouting place of both armies, and guerrillas and bushwhackers are everywhere." Thanking him, and with hearts filled with new hope, the wanderers started forward. At midnight they reached the negro cabin to which they had been directed, where, to their great relief, they obtained a substantial meal of corn bread, pork, and rye coffee, and what was quite as acceptable, a warming from a bright fire. The friendly black warned them, as their late informant had done, of the danger of the ground they had yet to traverse. These warnings caused them to proceed very cautiously, after leaving the hospitable cabin of their sable entertainer. But they had not gone far before they met an unexpected and vexatious obstacle, a river or creek, the Dyaskin, as the negroes named it. They crossed it at length, but not without great trouble and serious loss of time. It was now the 6th night since their escape. Hitherto Captain Rowan had been a model of strength, perseverance, and judgment. Now these qualities seemed suddenly to leave him. The terrible strain, mental and physical, to which they had been exposed, and their sufferings from cold, fatigue, and hunger, produced their effect at last, and he became physically prostrate and mentally indifferent. Captain Earl, who retained his energies, had great difficulty in persuading him to proceed, and before daybreak was obliged to let him stop and rest. When dawn appeared they found themselves in an open country, affording poor opportunities for concealment. They felt sure, however, that they must be near the Union outposts. With these considerations they concluded to make their journey now by day, and in a road. In truth, Rowan had lost all care as to how they went and what became of them, and his companion's energy and decision were on the decline. Onward they trudged, mile by mile, with keen enjoyment of the highway after their bitter experience of byways, and somewhat heedless of consequences, though glad to perceive that no human form was in sight. 9 o'clock came. Before them the road curved sharply. They walked steadily onward. But as they neared the curve there came to their ears a most disquieting sound, the noise of hoofs on the hard road bed, the rattle of cavalry equipments. A force of horsemen was evidently approaching. Were they Union or Confederate? Was freedom or renewed captivity before them? They looked quickly to right and left. No opportunity for concealment appeared. Nor was there a moment's time for flight, for the sound of hoof beats was immediately followed by the appearance of mounted and uniformed men, a cavalry squad, still some hundreds of yards away, but riding towards them at full gallop. The eyes of the fugitives looked wistfully and anxiously towards them. Thank Heaven, they wore the Union blue! Those guidons which rose high in the air bore the Union colors; they were the United States cavalry; safety was assured. In a minute more the rattling hoofs were close at hand. The band of rescuers were around them. Eager questions, glad answers, heartfelt congratulations filled the air. In a very few minutes the fugitives were mounted, and riding gladly back in the midst of their new friends, to be banqueted, feasted, and feted, until every vestige of their hardships had been worn away by human kindness. As to their feelings at this happy termination of their heroic struggle for freedom, words cannot express them. The weary days, the bitter disappointments, the harsh treatment of prison life, the days and nights of cold, hunger, and peril, wanderings through swamps and thorny thickets, hopes and despairs of flight, all were at an end, and now only friends surrounded them, only congratulating and commiserating voices met their ears. It was a feast of joy never to be forgotten. A few words will finish. 109 men had escaped. Of these, 55 reached the Union lines. 54 were captured and taken back to prison. Some of the escaped officers, more swift in motion or fortunate en route than the others, reached the Union lines on their third day from Richmond. Their report that others were on the road bore good fruit. General Butler, then in command at Fortress Monroe, sent out on alternate days the Eleventh Pennsylvania Cavalry and the First New York Rifles to patrol the country in search of the escaping prisoners, with tall guidons to attract their attention if they should be in concealment. Many of the fugitives were thus rescued. The adventures of two, as given above, must serve for example of them all. CHAPTER XXV. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. Is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 25. The Sinking of the Albemarle. Naval operations in the American Civil War were particularly distinguished by the active building of ironclads. The North built and employed them with marked success; the South with marked failure. With praiseworthy energy and at great cost, the Confederates produced ironclad vessels of war in Norfolk harbor, on Roanoke River, in the Mississippi, and elsewhere, yet, with the exception of the one day's raid of ruin of the Merrimac in Hampton Roads, their labor was almost in vain; their expensive war vessels went down in the engulfing waters or went up in flame and smoke. Their efforts in this direction were simply conspicuous examples of non success. We propose here to tell the tale of the disaster of the Albemarle, one of these ironclads, and the great deed of heroism which brought her career to an untimely end. The Albemarle was built on the Roanoke River in 1863. She was of light draught, but of considerable length and width, her hull above the water line being covered with 4 inches of iron bars. Such an armor would be like paper against the great guns of to day. Then it served its purpose well. The competition for effectiveness between rifled cannon and armor plates had not yet begun. April, 1864, had arrived before this formidable opponent of the Union blockading fleet was ready for service. Then one misty morning down the river she went, on her mission of death and destruction. The opening of her career was promising. She attacked the Union gunboats and fort at Plymouth, near the mouth of the river, captured one of the boats, sunk another, and aided in forcing the fort to surrender, its garrison being taken prisoners. It had been assailed at the same time by a strong land force, and the next day Plymouth itself was taken by the Confederate troops with a heavy Union loss in men and material. So far, favoring fortune had attended the Albemarle. Enlivened with success, on a morning in May she steamed out into the deeper waters of Albemarle Bay, confident on playing the same role with the wooden vessels there that the Merrimac had played in Hampton Roads. She failed in this laudable enterprise. The Albemarle was not so formidable as the Merrimac. The steamers of war which she was to meet there were more formidable than the Congress and the Cumberland. She first encountered the Sassacus, a vessel of powerful armament. More agile than the ironclad, the Sassacus played round her, exchanging shots, and seeking a vulnerable point. At length, under a full head of steam, she dashed on the monster, striking a blow which drove it bodily half under the water. Recovering from the blow, the two vessels, almost side by side, hurled 100-pound balls upon each other. Most of those of the Sassacus bounded from the mailed sides of her antagonist, like hail from stone walls, but 3 of them entered a port, and did sad work within. In reply, the Albemarle sent one of her great bolts through the boiler of the Sassacus, filling her with steam. So far the ironclad had the best of the game, but others of the fleet were now near at hand. The balls which had entered her port had done serious injury. She was no longer in fighting trim. She turned and made the best of her way back to Plymouth, firing as she fled. This ended her career for that summer, but repairs were made and she was put in fighting trim again. Another gunboat was building as a consort. Unless something were quickly done, she would soon be in Albemarle Sound again, with possibly a different tale to tell from that of her first assault. At this critical juncture Lieutenant William B. Cushing, a very young but a very bold officer, proposed a daring plan. no less a one than to attack the Albemarle at her wharf, explode a torpedo under her hull, and send her, if possible, to the bottom of the Roanoke. He proposed to use a swift steam launch, run up the stream at night, and assail the ironclad where she lay in fancied security. From the bow of the launch protruded a long spar loaded at its end with a 100-pound dynamite cartridge. The spar could be lowered by pulling one rope, the cartridge detached by pulling another, and the dynamite exploded by pulling a third. The proposed exploit was a highly perilous one. The Albemarle lay 8 miles up the river. Plymouth was garrisoned by several thousand soldiers, and the banks of the stream were patrolled by sentinels all the way down to the bay. It was more than likely that none of the adventurers would live to return. Yet Cushing and the crew of 7 daring men whom he selected were willing to take the risk, and the naval commanders, to whom success in such an enterprise promised the most valuable results, agreed to let them go. It was a dark night in which the expedition set out, that of October 27th, 1864. Up the stream headed the little launch with her crew of 7, and towing 2 boats, each containing 10 men, armed with cutlasses, grenades, and revolvers. Silently they proceeded, keeping to mid stream so as to avoid alarming the sentinels on the banks. In this success was attained, the 8 miles were passed, and the front of the town reached without the Confederates having an inkling of the disaster in store for them. Reaching Plymouth, Lieutenant Cushing came to a quick decision as to what had best be done. He knew the town well. No alarm had been given. He might land a party and take the Albemarle by surprise. He could land his men on the lower wharf, lead them stealthily through the dark streets, leap with them upon the ironclad, surprise the officers and crew, and capture the vessel at her moorings. It was an enterprise of frightful risk, yet Cushing was just the man for it, and his men would follow wherever he would lead. A low order was given. The launch turned and glided almost noiselessly towards the wharf, but she was now only a short distance from the Albemarle, on whose deck the lookout was wide awake. "What boat is that?" came a loud hail. No reply. The launch glided on. "What boat is that?" came the hail again, sharper than before. "Cast off," said Cushing in a low tone. The 2 boats were loosened and drifted away. The plan of surprise was at an end. The vigilance of the lookout had made it impossible. That of the destruction remained. The launch was turned again and moved once more towards the Albemarle. They were quickly so close that the hull of the ironclad loomed darkly above them. Upon that vessel all was commotion. The unanswered hail was followed by the springing of rattles, ringing of bells, running of men, and shouting of orders. Muskets were fired at random at the dimly seen black object. Bullets whizzed past the devoted crew. Lights began to flash here and there. A minute before all had been rest and silence. Now all was noise, alarm, and commotion. All this did not disconcert the intrepid commander of the launch. His main concern at the moment was an unexpected obstacle he had discovered, and which threatened to defeat his enterprise. A raft of logs had been placed around the ironclad to protect her from any such attack. There she lay, not 50 feet away, but this seemingly insuperable obstacle intervened. What was to be done? In emergencies like that men think quickly and to the point. The raft must be passed, or all was at an end. The logs had been long in the water, and doubtless were slippery with river slime. The launch might be run upon and over them. Once inside the raft it could never return. No matter for that. He was there to sink the Albemarle. The smaller contingency of losing his own life was a matter to be left for an afterthought. This decision was reached in a moment's thought. The noise above them increased. Men were running and shouting, lights flashing, landsmen, startled by the noise, hurrying to the river bank. Without an instant's delay the launch was wheeled round, steamed rapidly into the stream until a good offing was gained, turned again, and now drove straight forward for the Albemarle with all the power of her engines. As she came near, bullets poured like hail across her decks. One tore off the sole of Cushing's shoe. Another went through the back of his coat. It was perilously close and hot work. The hail came again. "What boat is that?" This time Lieutenant Cushing replied. His reply was not in words, however, but in a howitzer load of canister which drove across the Albemarle's deck. The next minute the bow of the launch struck the logs. As had been expected, The light craft slid up on their slippery surfaces, forcing them down into the water. The end of the spar almost touched the iron hull of the destined victim. The first rope was loosened. The spar, with its load, dropped under water. The launch was still gliding onward and carrying the spar forward. The second cord was pulled. The torpedo dropped from the spar. At this moment a bullet cut across the left palm of the gallant Cushing. As it did so he pulled the third cord. The next instant a surging column of water was raised, lifting the Albemarle as though the great ironclad were of feather weight. At the same instant a cannon, its muzzle not 15 feet away, sent its charge, rending through the timbers of the launch. The Albemarle, lifted for a moment on the boiling surge, settled down into the mud of her shallow anchorage, never more to swim, with a great hole torn in her bottom. The torpedo had done its work. Cushing had earned his fame. "Surrender!" came a loud shout from Confederate lungs. "Never!" shouted Cushing in reply. "Save yourselves!" he said to his men. In an instant he had thrown off coat, shoes, sword, and pistols, and plunged into the waters that rolled darkly at his feet, and in which he had just dug a grave for the Albemarle. His men sprung beside him and struck out boldly for the farther shore. All this had passed in far less time than it takes to tell it. Little more than 5 minutes had passed since the first hail, and already the Albemarle was a wreck, the launch destroyed, her crew swimming for their lives, and bullets from deck and shore pouring thickly across the stream. The incensed Confederates hastily manned boats and pushed out into the stream. In a few minutes they had captured most of the swimming crew. One sank and was drowned, one reached the shore. The gallant commander of the launch they failed to find. They called his name, they had learned it from their prisoners, but no answer came, and the darkness veiled him from view. Had he gone to the bottom? Such most of the searchers deemed to be his fate. In a few minutes the light of a blazing fire flashed across the river from Plymouth Wharf. It failed to reveal any swimming forms. The impression became general that the daring commander was drowned. After some further search most of the boats returned, deeming their work at an end. They had not sought far or fast enough. Cushing had reached shore on the Plymouth side before the fire was kindled. He was chilled and exhausted, but he dared not stop to rest. Boats were still patrolling the stream, parties of search might soon be scouring the river banks, the moments were precious, he must hasten on. He found himself near the walls of a fort. On its parapet, towering gloomily above him, a sentinel could be seen, pacing steadily to and fro. The fugitive lay almost under his eyes. A bushy swamp lay not far behind, but to reach its shelter he must cross an open space 40 feet wide in full view of this man. The sentinel walks away. Cushing makes a dash for his life, but not half the space is traversed when his backward glancing eye sees the sentinel about to turn. Down he goes on his back in the rushes, trusting to their friendly shelter and the gloom of the night to keep him from sight. As he lies there, slowly gaining breath after his excited effort, 4 men, 2 of them officers, pass so closely that they almost tread on his extended form, seeking him, but failing to see what lies nearly under their feet. They pass on, talking of the night's startling event. Cushing dares not rise again. Yet the swamp must be gained, and speedily. Still flat on his back, he digs his heels into the soft earth and pushes himself inch by inch through the rushes, until with a warm heart-throb of hope he feels the welcome dampness of the swamp. It proves to be no pleasant refuge. The mire is too deep to walk in, while above it grow tangled briers and thorny shrubs, through which he is able to pass only as before, by lying on his back and pushing and pulling himself onward. The hours of the night passed. Day dawned. He had made some progress, and was now at a safe distance from the fort, but found himself still in the midst of peril. Near where he lay a party of soldiers were at work, engaged in planting obstructions in the river, lest the Union fleet should follow its daring pioneers to Plymouth, now that the Albemarle was sunk and the chief naval defense of the place gone. Just back from the river bank, and not far from where he lay, a cornfield lifted its yellowed plumes into the air. Cushing managed to reach its friendly shelter unobserved, and now, almost for the first time since his escape, stood upright, and behind the rustling rows made his way past the soldiers. To his alarm, as he came near the opposite side of the field, he found himself face to face with a man who glared at him in surprise. Well he might, for the late trimly dressed lieutenant was now a sorry sight, covered from head to foot with swamp mud, his clothes rent, and blood oozing from 100 scratches in his skin. He had no reason for alarm. The man was a negro; the dusky face showed sympathy under its surprise. "I am a Union soldier," said Cushing, feeling in his heart that no slave would betray him. "One o' dem as was in the town last night?" asked the negro. "Yes. Have you been there? Can you tell me anything?" "No, massa, only I'se been told dat dere's powerful bad work dere, and de sojers is bilin' mad." Further words passed, in the end the negro agreeing to go to the town, see for himself what harm had been done, and bring back word. Cushing would wait for him under shelter of the corn. The old negro set out on his errand, glad of the opportunity to help one of "Massa Lincoln's soldiers." The lieutenant secreted himself as well as he could, and waited. An hour passed. Then steps and the rustling of the dry leaves of the cornstalks were heard. The fugitive peeped from his ambush. To his joy he saw before him the smiling face of his dusky messenger. "What news?" he demanded, stepping joyfully forward. "Mighty good news, massa," said the negro with a laugh. "Dat big iron ship's got a hole in her bottom big 'nough to drive a wagon in. She's deep in de mud 'longside de wharf, and folks say she'll never get up again." "Good! She's done for, then? My work is accomplished? Now, old man, tell me how I must go to get back to the ships." The negro gave what directions he could, and the fugitive took to the swamp again, after a grateful good by to his dusky friend, and a warm God speed from the latter. It was into a thicket of tangled shrubs that Lieutenant Cushing now plunged, so dense that he could not see 10 feet in advance. But the sun was visible overhead, and served him as a guide. Hour by hour he dragged himself painfully onward. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon he found himself on the banks of a narrow creek, a small affluent of the Roanoke. He crouched in the bushes on the creek side, peering warily before him. Voices reached his ears. Across the stream he saw men. A minute's observation apprised him of the situation. The men he saw to be a group of soldiers, 7 in number, who had just landed from a boat in the stream. As he watched, they tied their boat to the root of a tree, and then turned into a path that led upward. Reaching a point at some distance from the river, they stopped, sat down, and began to eat their dinner. Here was an opportunity, a desperate one, but Cushing had grown ready for desperate chances. He had had enough of wandering through mire and thorns. Without hesitation he lowered himself noiselessly into the water, swam across the stream, untied the boat, pushed it cautiously from the bank, and swam with it down the stream until far enough away to be out of sight of its recent occupants. Then he climbed into the boat and paddled away as fast as possible. There was no sign of pursuit. The soldiers kept unsuspiciously at their midday meal. The swamp-lined creek side served well as a shelter from prying eyes. For hours Cushing pursued his slow course. The sun sank, darkness gathered, night came on. At the same time the water widened around him. He was on the surface of the Roanoke. Onward he paddled. The night crept on till midnight was reached. For 10 hours he had been at that exhausting toil. But now before his eyes appeared a welcome sight, the dark hull of a Union gunboat. "Ship ahoy!" came a loud hail from the exhausted man. "Who goes there?" answered the lookout on the gunboat. "A friend. Take me up." The gunboat was quickly in motion. This might be a Confederate ruse; possibly a torpedo might have been sent to blow them up; they were in dangerous waters. Boats were quickly lowered, and rowed towards the small object on the stream. "Who are you?" came the cry, as they drew nearer. "Lieutenant Cushing, or what is left of me." "Cushing!" was the excited answer. "And the Albemarle?" "Will never trouble a Union fleet again. She rests in her grave on the muddy bottom of the Roanoke." Loud cheers followed this stirring announcement. The sailors bent to their oars, and quickly had the gallant lieutenant on board. Their cheers were heightened tenfold when the crew of the Valley City heard what had been done. In truth, the exploit of Lieutenant Cushing was one that for coolness, daring, and success in the face of seemingly insuperable obstacles has rarely been equaled in history, and the destruction of the Albemarle ranks with the most notable events in the history of the war. Chapter 26. CHAPTER XXVI. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 26. Alaska. Gold, Furs, and Fishes. In 1867, when the far-seeing Secretary Seward purchased Alaska from the Russian government for $7,200,000, there was an outcry of disapproval equal to that made when Louisiana Territory was purchased from France in 1803. Many of the people called the region "Seward's Folly," and said it would produce nothing but icebergs and polar bears, and General Benjamin F. Butler, representative from Massachusetts, said in the House, "If we are to pay this amount for Russia's friendship during the war, then give her the $7,200,000 and tell her to keep Alaska." Representative Washburne, of Wisconsin, exclaimed, "I defy any man on the face of the earth to produce any evidence that an ounce of gold has ever been found in Alaska." Today, Alaska is yielding in gold $10,000,000 per year. Its fisheries are among the richest in the world, including more than half the salmon yield of the United States. Its forests are of enormous value. Its fur seal harvest is without a rival. Its territory is traversed by one of the greatest rivers of the world, 2,000 miles long and with more than 1,000 miles of navigable waters, and it promises to become an important farming and stock-raising region. As for extent, it is large enough to cover more than 20 of our states. In revenue it has repaid the United States the original outlay and several millions more, while aside from its gold product, its fisheries have netted $100,000,000 and its furs $80,000,000 since its acquisition. Seward, then, was wise in looking upon this purchase as the greatest achievement of his life, though he truly said that it would take the country a generation to find out Alaska's value. The most dramatic and interesting portion of the story of Alaska is its gold mining enterprise, and it is of this, therefore, that we propose to speak. The discovery of placer gold deposits in British Columbia led naturally to the surmise that this precious metal might be found farther northward, and as early as 1880 wandering gold hunters had made their way over the passes from Cassiar, or inward from the coast, and were trying the gravel bars of tributaries of the Yukon, finding the yellow metal at several places. The first important find along the Yukon was made on Stewart River in 1885, about $100,000 being taken out in 2 summers. The next year a good find was made at 40 Mile Creek, finds being made later on 60 Mile Creek, Birch Creek, and other streams. On Birch Creek arose Circle City, named for its proximity to the Arctic Circle, and growing into a well-built and well-conducted little town. Meanwhile a valuable find had been made on Douglas Island, one of the long chain of islands that bound the western coastline, and this has since developed into one of the richest mines in the world. It is not a placer mine, however, but a quartz mine, one needing capital for its development, and with no charms for the ordinary gold seeker. The gold is found in a friable and easily worked rock, enabling low-grade ores to be handled at a profit, and today 1,500 stamps are busy, and the mines are highly profitable. The placer miners, however, have no use for gold that rests in quartz veins, and has to be obtained by the aid of costly stamping mills. The gold they seek is that on which nature has done the work of stamping, by breaking up the original veins into sands and gravels, with which the freed gold is mixed, in condition to be obtained by a simple process of washing. The wandering miners thus prospected Alaska, following the long course of the Yukon and trying its tributary streams, many of them making a living, a few of them acquiring wealth, but none of their finds attracting the attention of the world, which scarcely knew that gold seekers were at work in this remote and almost unknown region. Thus it went on until 1897, when on July 16th a party of miners arrived in San Francisco from the upper Yukon with a large quantity of gold in nuggets and dust, and a story to tell that deeply stirred that old land of gold. On the 17th another steamer put into Seattle with more miners and $800,000 in gold dust, nearly all of it the outcome of a winter's work on a small stream known as the Klondike, entering the Yukon about 50 miles above 40 Mile Creek. The discovery of this rich placer region was made in the autumn of 1896 by an Illinois man named George McCormick, who in the intervals of salmon fishing tried his hand at prospecting, and on Bonanzo Creek a tributary of the Klondike, was surprised and overjoyed to find gold in a profusion never before dreamed of in the Alaskan region. The news of the find spread rapidly through Alaska, and before winter the old diggings were largely deserted. A swarm of eager miners poured into the Klondike region, and the frozen earth was torn and rent in their eagerness to reach its yellow treasures. The news of the discovery spread as far and fast as the telegraph could carry it. The richness of the find surpassed anything ever before found, and the whole country was agog. The stories of wonderful fortunes made by miners were testified to by a display of nuggets and sacks of shining gold in stores and hotels, the find of one man being shown in a San Francisco shop window, in the shape of $130,000 worth of gold. The old gold fever broke out again as an epidemic. Such a stampede as took place had never been seen before. The stream of picturesque humanity that poured through Seattle and on to the golden North surpassed the palmy days of '49, when California opened its caves of Aladdin. Every steamer that could be made use of was booked to its full capacity, while many ardent gold seekers were turned away. Every passenger and every pound of cargo that could be taken on these steamers was loaded, and the Hegira was almost instantly in full blast. As it proved, the new find was in Canadian territory, a few miles east of the Alaskan boundary, but the flood of men that set in was mainly American. Many threw up good positions or mortgaged their homes for funds to join the mad migration, oblivious in most cases of the fact that they were setting out to encounter hardships and Arctic extremes of temperature for which their home life had utterly unfitted them. Warnings were published that those who joined the pioneer flood faced starvation or death by freezing or hardship, but the tide was on and could not be turned, and before the autumn had far advanced, thousands had landed at the mushroom settlements of Skagway and Dyea, laden with the effects that they had brought with them, and proposing to fight their way against nature's obstacles over the difficult mountain passes, and along the little less difficult lakes and streams to the promised land of gold. A village of log houses and tents, known as Dawson, had sprung up at the mouth of the Klondike, and this was the Mecca towards which the great pilgrimage set. The struggle inland of the first comers was a frightful one. No roads or pack trails existed over the rough and lofty passes of the coast range of mountains, and it was killing work to transport the many tons of equipments and provisions over the nearly impassable Chilkoot and White passes. For those who came too late in the season it was quite impassable. The trails and rivers were stopped by snow and ice, and numbers had to endure a long and miserable winter in the primitive coast settlements, or straggle back to civilization. The terrors of that first year's battle with the unbroken passes are indescribable. Thousands of dead pack horses marked the way, and the mountains once crossed, and the waters reached, new troubles arose. Boats had to be built for the long reach of navigation down the chain of lakes and the Yukon, many having brought the necessary boat timbers with them. 600 miles of waterways were to be traversed. On some of the short streams connecting the lakes there were dangerous rapids to be run, in which many lost their goods and some their lives. The early winter added ice to the difficulties of the way, and the Yukon section of the trip was made by the later comers through miles of drift ice, grinding and plowing its way, to the peril of the boats; or water travel was checked by the final closing of the stream for the winter, leaving no resource but a long sledging journey over the snow. Those who took the long voyage to the mouth of the Yukon, and journeyed by steamer up that stream, had their difficulties with ice and current, and it was not uncommon for them to be frozen in, leaving them the sole expedient of the dog sled if they elected to proceed to the diggings without their supplies. Dawson once reached, the trouble and hardship were by no means at an end. Having penetrated a total wilderness in an Arctic climate, borne on by dreams of sudden fortune, the enthusiastic treasure seekers found new difficulties awaiting them. There was no easy task of digging and panning, as in more favored climes. Winter had locked the golden treasures with its strongest fetters. The ground was everywhere frozen into the firmness of rock. In midsummer it thawed no more than 3 feet down, and eternal frost reigned below. To reach the gold-bearing gravels, the miners had to build fires on the frozen surface, and keep these going for 24 hours. This would soften the soil to the depth of some 6 inches. This thrown out, new fires had to be kindled, and thus laboriously the miners burned their way down to the gold-bearing gravel, usually at a depth of 15 feet. Then other fires were built at the bottom and tunnels made through the 5 feet or more of "pay dirt" which was dug out and piled up to await the coming of flowing water in the spring, when the gold might be washed out in the rockers and sluices employed. As may be seen, the buried treasures of these gravel beds were to be won in these pioneer years only by dint of exhausting labor and frightful hardship. They would never have been found at all, had not the bars and shores of the streams yielded gold at the surface level. Yet the extraordinary richness of these gravels, from which as much as $50,000 might be obtained as the result of a winter's work, excited men's imagination to the utmost, and the stream of gold seekers continued, year after year, until Dawson grew to be a well built and populous city, and the yearly output of the Klondike mines amounted to more than $16,000,000. The difficulty in reaching the mines grew less year by year. As early as 1898 a railway was begun across the White Pass. It now extends from Skagway more than 100 miles inland, the lakes and streams being traversed by steamers, so that the purgatory of the early prospectors has been converted into the broad and easy way of the later sinners. The old method of burning into the frozen soil has also been improved on, steam being now used instead of fire, and the pay dirt reached much more rapidly and cheaply by its aid. The Klondike region, though largely prospected and worked by Americans, is not in Alaska, Dawson lying 60 miles east of the border. The streams of Alaska itself, so far as they have yet been worked, are far less promising, and yet Alaska has a golden treasure house of its own that may yet prove as prolific as the Klondike itself. This is at Nome, on the shores of Bering Sea, about 25 degrees of longitude nearly due west from Dawson, and 150 miles north of the mouth of the Yukon. Here the sands of the sea itself and of its bordering shores have proven splendid gold bearers, and have attracted a large population to that inhospitable region, in latitude 65 degrees north. Here has grown up a city containing 25,000 inhabitants, and here may be seen the most northerly railroad in the world. In 1898 a soldier, in digging a well on the beach at Nome, saw in the sands thrown up that alluring yellow glint which has led so many men to fortune and so many to death. The story of his find came to the ears of an old prospector from Idaho, who, too ill to go inland, was stranded in the military station of Nome. Spade and pan were at once put to work, and in 20 days the fortunate invalid found himself worth $3,000 in gold. At Nome the gold was first found in the beach sands, and even in the sands of the sea adjoining the beach, old Neptune being forced to yield part of the treasures he had taken to himself. Later, the bench of higher land stretching back from the beach and the sides of the down-flowing creeks were found to be gold-bearing, the bench gravels being from 40 to 80 feet thick, with gold throughout. A heavy growth of moss covers this coastal plain, under which lie the frozen gravels, which are softened by the use of steam, and thus forced to give up their previous freight. That is all we need say about the gold product of Alaska, further than to sum up that the territory yields about $10,000,000 per year, or with the Klondike about $25,000,000, these equaling nearly one-third the total production of the United States. Here is a fine showing for a region once deemed worthless. Gold is an alluring subject, but Alaska has other sources of wealth which enormously exceed its golden sands in value. We have already spoken of the rich products of its fisheries and furs. The former include several species of salmon, which the Yukon yields in vast numbers. The latter embrace, in addition to the usual fur-bearing animals, the valuable fur seal of the Aleutian Islands, a species found nowhere else. To these sources of wealth may be added the vast forests of valuable timber, especially of spruce, hemlock, red and yellow cedar, which are likely to become of great value in the growing extermination of the home forests of the United States. Alaska also presents excellent opportunities in its coast districts for agriculture, most of the hardy vegetables and cereals here yielding good crops. But a more valuable outlook for the farmer appears to lie in the grazing opportunities of the land. In some localities along the south coast the grasses grow in splendid luxuriance, much of the grass being 6 feet high. On the higher elevations and in exposed places the grass is often too low for haymaking, but is admirable for grazing, the cattle that eat it growing very fat. Of these grass lands there are about 10,000 square miles, of which more than half can be utilized. Stock raising, then, is likely to become a leading industry, and especially dairying, there being more meat than is needed by the sparse population. There are admirable dairy sites on the islands and mainland. The reindeer, recently introduced, are likely to prove invaluable to the natives, supplanting in great measure the dog for transportation purposes, and supplying also food and clothing. Reindeer milk makes excellent cheese, and in a few years there may be deer meat for sale outside. Such is the story of Alaska. It occupies much the same position on the west coast of America as Norway does on that of Europe, but has 4 times as wide a habitable area as Norway, and a milder climate on its south coastlands. Therefore, as Norway sustains a population of 2,240,000, there is no special reason why Alaska may not yet possess a population of 3,000,000 or 4,000,000, and take rank as one of the important states of the American Union. Chapter 27. Of Historical Tales, Volume 1, American. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Historical Tales, Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris. Chapter 27. How Hawaii lost its Queen and entered the United States. Up to the year 1898, the United States was confined to the continent of North America. In that year it made a great stride outward over the oceans, adding to its dominion the island of Porto Rico in the West India waters, and the archipelagos of the Philippine and Hawaiian Islands in the far Pacific. Porto Rico and the Philippines were added as a result of the war with Spain. As to how Hawaii was acquired, it is our purpose here to tell. Midway in the North Pacific lies this interesting group of islands, first made known to the world by Captain Cook, the famous English discoverer, in 1778, and annexed to the United States 120 years later. Before telling the story of their acquisition, a few words as to their prior history will be in place. Called by Captain Cook the Sandwich Islands, after the English Earl of Sandwich, they afterwards became known as the Hawaiian Islands, from the native name of the largest island of the group, and are now collectively known as Hawaii, in their new position as a territory of the United States. When Captain Cook visited this locality, he found the islands inhabited by a friendly, kind-hearted people, disposed to receive their visitors in a hospitable spirit. But, in the usual way of sailors and discoverers dealing with the primitive races, quarrels soon developed. Some of the natives were shot, one of them by Cook himself, and in the fight that followed the great sailor and discoverer lost his life. At that time each of the islands was governed by a chief, or king, if we may call him so, who had absolute authority over his people. Greatest among them was Kamehameha, heir to the throne of Hawaii, who was present when Captain Cook was killed. Bold and ambitious, and invested by nature with political genius, this chief conceived the idea of making himself master of all the islands, and subjecting their chiefs to his rule. A shrewd and able man, he was quick to perceive that the strangers who soon began to visit the islands were far superior to the natives in arms and ability, and he decided to use them for his ends. In a fight with some American fur traders, a schooner, the Fair American, was taken by the islanders, and 2 Americans, Isaac Davis and John Young, were made prisoners. With them the new chief obtained the cannon, muskets, and ammunition of the Fair American. Thus equipped, the Napoleon of Hawaii set out on his career of conquest. Kindly treatment made the 2 Americans, Davis and Young, his faithful friends and subjects, and they proved his mainstay in the work of conquest. It was no easy matter, even with his cannon and muskets. The chiefs of the other island resisted him fiercely, and it took him many years, with all the stern will and unyielding perseverance of Kamehameha, and the ability and courage of his 2 able lieutenants, to subdue them all. Davis and Young were amply rewarded with honors and lands for their services, and some of their descendants still dwell upon the island. While this work of conquest was going on, many vessels visited the islands, missionaries made their way thither, Christianity was introduced and idolatry abolished, and many of the arts of civilization found their way inward. Then settlers other than missionaries came, many of them from America, and a white population was added to the aboriginal. Sugar cane grew in abundance on the islands, and sugar mills were introduced. Other industries were established, the great fertility of the islands attracted speculators, the lands rose in value, and great fortunes were made. Such is briefly the industrial history of these islands. The political history is not without its interest. 5 kings of the name of Kamehameha reigned in succession. Of these, Kamehameha III, under American advice, gave up his absolute rule, founded a constitutional government, and distributed the lands among the people. After the Kamehamehas came King Lunalio, who ruled but 1 year, and Kalakaua, who ruled from 1874 to 1891, and showed such disposition to return to absolutism that the people were in constant dread for their liberties and lands. It was only by a revolt of the people that they regained their rights, forcing him to grant them a new constitution and their former liberties and privileges. The next and last monarch of Hawaii was a woman, Liliuokalani, the sister of Kalakaua. She was the wife of an Englishman, Mr. J. O. Dominus, and on a visit to London had been entertained by Queen Victoria. Her rearing and education had been under the influence of American missionaries, and the whites of the islands, who had been in constant fear of the late king, hailed her accession to the throne with joy, with the expectation that they would have in her a good friend. They soon found themselves disappointed. The extravagance and ill rule of Kalakaua had left the country in a wretched state. It was deeply in debt, and the much needed public improvements were at a standstill. The country had long been divided between 2 parties, the missionary and the anti missionary, the former seeking to save the natives from vice and degradation, the latter encouraging such vicious practices as lotteries and opium sales for their personal benefit. Under Kalakaua these ill weeds had gained full growth, and the new queen soon showed a disposition to encourage them. Her whole nature seemed to change. Her former friends were cast aside and new favorites adopted, and though she had a personal income of about $70,000, it was far from sufficing for her needs. To add to her income, the agents of the Louisiana lottery were encouraged, and the opium smugglers found little interference with their nefarious traffic, while the frequent changes of the queen's ministers kept the people in a state of doubt and uneasiness. At what was called the long term of the legislature, laws were passed favoring the lottery and the opium dealers. The session was protracted until the grinding season for the sugar cane, when a number of the best members were obliged to return to their plantations, and in their absence the lottery and opium bills were rushed through. Many of the Christian ladies of Honolulu now called on the queen and implored her to veto this pernicious legislation, which would turn their country into a den of gambling and infamy. She wept with them over the situation, and the good ladies knelt and prayed that God would help their queen in the terrible ordeal before her. They left the palace feeling sure that the country was safe from the dread affliction. An hour later the queen signed both bills, and they became laws. The passage of these bills created intense indignation. All felt that it was a piece of treachery and fraud, those who gave the queen any credit for good intentions looking upon her as weak and vacillating and utterly under the influence of bad advisers. As yet, however, no thought of revolution had arisen. It was imagined that the worst stage had been reached. But when the announcement was made the next day that the queen was about to declare a new constitution, the most vivid dread and alarm were aroused. Feeling now secure of a revenue from the proceeds of the lottery and the opium trade, Queen Liliuokalani no longer hesitated to show her hand. The proposed new constitution was a scheme for a return to absolute monarchy, one under which every white man on the islands, unless married to a Hawaiian woman, would be deprived of the right to vote. The act was a fatal one to her reign. It precipitated a revolution which quickly brought her queenship to an end. The steps which led to this result are well worth relating. The ceremony of proroguing the legislature ended, the queen returned to the palace with the purpose of immediately proclaiming the new constitution. In the procession to the palace the native society, called the Huikaliaina, marched in a double line, its president carrying a large package containing the constitution. A throng of Hawaiians surrounded the palace gates and filled the grounds near the front entrance to the building, the queen's guard being drawn up under arms. In the throne room the native society which had escorted the queen ranged themselves in regular lines, their president, Alapai, having in his hand an address which he proposed to deliver. Most of the native members of the legislature were also present, some members of the diplomatic corps being with them. While they waited, the cabinet was assembled in the Blue Room, to which they had been summoned by the queen. Here a striking scene took place. Liliuokalani placed before them a copy of the new constitution and bade them sign it, saying that she proposed to promulgate it at once. She met with an outspoken opposition. "Your Majesty, we have not read that constitution," said Mr. Parker, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, "and before we read it we must advise you that this is a revolutionary act. It cannot be done." An angry reply came from the Queen, and an animated discussion followed, in which the cabinet officials said that a meeting had just been held with the foreign representatives, and that if she persisted there was danger of an insurrection. "It is your doing," she replied. "I would not have undertaken this step if you had not encouraged me to do so. You have led me to the brink of a precipice, and are now leaving me to take the leap alone. Why not give the people this constitution? You need have no fear. I will bear the brunt of all the blame afterwards." The cabinet stood firm, Mr. Peterson, the Attorney General, repeating, "We have not read the constitution." "How dare you say that," she exclaimed, "when you have had it in your possession for a month?" The dispute grew more violent as it went on. The cabinet declined to resign when asked by her to do so, whereupon she threatened that if they would not accede to her wishes she would go to the palace door and tell the mob outside that she wished to give them a new constitution, but that her ministers had prevented her from doing so. At this threat 3 of the ministers left the room and escaped from the building. They remembered the fate of certain representatives who fell into the hands of a Hawaiian mob in 1874. Mr. Parker alone had the courage to remain. He feared that if the Queen were left alone she would sign the instrument herself and proclaim it to the people, telling them that her cabinet refused to comply with her wishes, and seeking to rouse against them the wrath of the unthinking mob, whose only idea of the situation was that the white men were opposing their Queen. The cabinet stood between 2 fires, that of the supporters of the Queen on the one hand, and that of the white people of Honolulu on the other. The report of the fleeing members raised the excitement of the latter to the boiling pitch. A committee of safety was at once organized, and held its first meeting with closed doors. "Gentlemen," said a member of the committee, "we are brought face to face with this question. What shall we do?" The discussion ended in a motion by the Hon. A. L. Thurston, to the effect that preliminary steps be taken at once to form a provisional government with a view to annexation to the United States of America. Meanwhile a sub committee had waited on the United States minister, Mr. John L. Stevens, asking him to give them the support of the United States troops on board the Boston. "Gentlemen," he replied, "I have no authority to involve the United States government in your revolution. I will request to have troops landed to protect American life and property, but for no other purpose." Left to their own resources, the revolutionary party determined to go on with the enterprise, even if their own lives should be lost in the effort to prevent the tyranny of the Queen. The committee of safety collected and stored arms in convenient places, finally taking all these arms to the barracks of the committee. This brought about the first collision. It was shortly after noon on January 17, 1893, that 3 of the revolutionists, John Good, Edwin Benner, and Edward Parris, with a man named Fritz, were taking some arms in a wagon to the barracks. A policeman who had been watching the store from which the arms were taken seized the bridle of the horse and cried, "Surrender!" "What shall I do?" asked Benner. "Go on!" roared Good. Benner made a cut at the policeman with his whip and tried to drive on. The man let go of the bridle and blew his whistle, bringing 2 other policemen quickly to his aid. One tried to climb into the front of the wagon, but was knocked senseless by Benner, while the other, who attacked in the rear, was roughly handled by Parris and Fritz. The wagon now drove on, but got entangled in a block of 2 street cars and a truck. Other policemen came running up, and a fight ensued, one of the officers putting his hand in his pocket as if to draw a weapon. "Look out! He is going to shoot!" cried a voice from one of the cars. Good instantly drew his pistol, and crying, "Benner, it's life or death! If we must, we must!" he fired. The policeman fell with a ball in his shoulder. The wagon by this time had got loose from the block and was driven furiously away, reaching the barracks without further trouble. That wounded policeman constituted the sole list of dead and wounded in the Revolution. Men were rapidly gathering about the barracks, 2 companies of armed men soon marched up, and a proclamation was read to the following effect: "The Hawaiian monarchical system of government is hereby abrogated. A provisional government for the control and management of public affairs and the protection of the public is hereby established, to exist until terms of union with the United States of America have been negotiated and agreed upon." These were the essential clauses of the proclamation that overthrew the Hawaiian government. the armed insurgents now marching to the palace, where they found no one but a highly indignant woman, the queen, deserted by all, and in a violent state of excitement. Her soldiers, who were in the police station, made no effort to help her, and the only thing needed to complete the work of the Revolution was the capture of this station. This was done without a blow being struck, and the Revolution was complete. In this easy way a government more than a century old was overturned, and a new one installed in its place. But the end was not yet. The United States had still to be heard from. Minister Stevens and Captain Wiltse of the Boston had landed troops to protect the interests of American citizens, and from this incident trouble arose. The revolution in Hawaii took place January 17, 1893, when President Harrison, then in office, had little more than 6 weeks to serve. Harrison favored annexation of the new ocean republic. A treaty was prepared and sent to the Senate, but before it could be acted upon the 4th of March arrived, and a new man, with new views, came in to fill the presidential chair. President Cleveland's views were startlingly new. He believed that the success of the Revolution was due to the act of Minister Stevens and Captain Wiltse in landing troops, that the Queen had been illegally removed, and sent the Hon. Albert S. Willis to Honolulu to unseat President Dole of the new republic, and restore Queen Liliuokalani to the throne. This would undoubtedly have been done, but for the dethroned Queen herself, who showed a sanguinary spirit that put poor Mr. Willis, a man of kindly nature and humane sympathies, in an embarrassing situation. The President expected the Queen, if restored, to show a spirit of forgiveness to the revolutionists, and his agent was decidedly taken aback by her answers to his questions. "Should you be restored to the throne," he asked, "would you grant full amnesty as to life and property to all those persons who have been or who are now in the provisional government?" The Queen's answer, slowly and hesitatingly given, was, "There are certain laws of my government by which I shall abide. My decision would be, as the laws direct, that such persons should be beheaded and their property confiscated." Here was a medieval decision with a vengeance. In spite of all that Willis could plead, the savagely inclined Queen stuck to her ultimatum. The utmost she would yield was that these persons must be exiled or otherwise punished, and their property confiscated. The tidings of this ultimatum put President Cleveland in an awkward dilemma. The beheading idea was too much for him, and the affair dragged on until the following December, when the ex-queen generously consented to let Dole and his friends keep their heads, on condition of leaving the country and losing their property. Finally, when told that she could not have the throne on any such conditions, she experienced a change of heart, and agreed to grant full amnesty. When news of what was in view reached Honolulu, there was intense excitement. It was expected that marines would be landed from the warship Philadelphia and Adams to restore the Queen, and a determination to resist them arose. The capital was entrenched with sandbag breastworks, the batteries were manned and armed, and men were stationed to fight. As for President Dole and his cabinet, they were in a quandary. It was finally decided to make only a show of opposition to the landing of the marines, but after they had restored the Queen and retired, to capture her again and resume business as a republic. Their alarm had no real foundation. There had never been an intention to land the marines. The President knew well that he had no authority to land marines for such a purpose, and in his message referred the whole matter to Congress, where it slept. Yet the ex-queen and her supporters did not sleep. Finding that there was no hope of bringing the United States into the squabble, they organized a counter-revolution of their own, smuggled arms into the country, and in January, 1895, the new insurrection broke out. Great secrecy was maintained. The night of Sunday, January 5th, was fixed for the outbreak. In the evening President Dole and his cabinet and many other officials of the republic would be at the service in the Central Union Church, and it would be easy to blow up the whole government with a bomb. Unluckily for the conspirators, their first capture was that of some whiskey, and inspired by this they began celebrating their victory in advance. Yelling and shooting on Sunday afternoon alarmed the authorities, and suspicion of something wrong was aroused. An attempt to search a suspected house for arms led to a fight in which one man was killed and others wounded. News of the insurrection were taken to the church and whispered to the members of the National Guard and the government, who slipped quietly out. The pastor, oblivious to this circumstance, went on with his sermon, but uneasiness arose in the congregation, and when at last the clatter of cavalry and the roll of artillery were heard passing the church, all order was at an end. The worshippers rushed into the street in a mass, the preacher following. Within 10 minutes a state of peace had been changed into one of war. The most intense excitement prevailed. No one knew anything of the numbers or location of the enemy. They were at length found in large force, in the hollow basin or crater of Diamond Head, so strongly posted that they could not be dislodged from the side of the land. A tug was therefore sent with a howitzer to shell them from the sea, where a fierce land attack was kept up, and before night on Monday they were driven out of their stronghold and in full flight. Another fight took place at Punchbowl Hill, in the rear of Honolulu, lasting an hour, though with little loss. Tuesday was spent in searching for the enemy, and on Wednesday another sharp fight took place, they being again defeated. Before the end of the week the affair was at an end, and the ex queen arrested as one of the conspirators. Her premises were found to be a regular magazine of arms and artillery. Liliuokalani now found Hawaii too hot to hold her, and sought a new home in the United States, and the republic went on peaceably until 1898, when, the war with Spain then being in progress and a new president in the chair, a new and successful effort for its annexation was made. The bill for its admission was signed by President McKinley on July 7th, and the Hawaiian group became an outlying possession of the United States. It was made an American territory in 1900. The End. End of Chapter 27. End of Historical Tales Volume 1, American, by Charles Morris.